We apologize once more for those technical issues. And you are welcome to Aneke TV's Business Desk. And this is where we track the pulse of the market and the trends shaping your wealth. I am Uche Osai. Now let's quickly run to the Nigerian business landscape for yesterday, which was marked by a strong banking milestone and a slight dip in equities market. And when we look at the banking and the macroeconomics as how they shaped the market for yesterday, one is that of recapitalization, where the CBN reported that 30 out of 33 banks, have met the new capital requirement for the March 31st deadline. And then looking at the foreign reserve, where external reserve hit a 13-year high of 50 billion as we reported. And then another factor here is the inflation. Projections suggest that downward trend was 12.9% by year end. And then when we look at the financial market, we can tell that the All-Share Index ASI dipped by 0.9%, closing at 195,898.53 points. And the top gainers, Nigerian exchange itself and the Premier Paints, while we saw top decliners led by Presco. And then on the foreign exchange and energy, we saw that the official window closed at 1,399 Naira 57 kobo against the US dollar, while parallel market rate steady between 1,408 and 1,418 Naira. And looking at the oil and power sector, Brent crude rose to $96 per barrel amid global tension, though domestic production saw a slight monthly decline. Average power grid generation stood at 4,102 megawatts. And now let's quickly look at the Nigerian Stock Exchange performance for yesterday. And we'll tell you that as of yesterday, being March 12, 2026, that the Nigerian Exchange reversed its recent two-day losing streak, closing with 0.52% gain. We told you that the All-Share Index rose by 1,010.23 points to settle at 196,908.76 points. While market capitalization increased by 649 billion naira to end at 126.399 trillion naira. And now let's quickly take a look at the top gainers for yesterday. We will tell you that FTN Coca, led the gainers chart by closing his book at 6 naira 27 kobo, making a positive bullish adjustment of 10 position. And we are seeing a pharmaceutical company here, a pharmaceutical healthcare stock, facing healthcare traded as facing, closing yesterday in the bullish of 9.97 positive adjustment, closing his book at 105 naira 35 kobo. And we are seeing Deep Capital Management Trust closing at 7 naira, where it made a 9.89% positive adjustment. And then you are seeing Capital Offshore Support closing on the bullish of 9.40% positive adjustment at 6 naira 40 kobo. And then let's quickly run along to the losers chart. At the losers table, we saw Exana PLC, which have been one of the market drivers, all along until yesterday, closing on the dip of 2 naira 30 kobo, making a dip of a minus 10% negative adjustment. Omatech Ventures equally in the dip of a minus 10% negative adjustment, closing trading at 2 naira 52 kobo. Score Nigeria equally in the dip as well, closing his book at 22 naira 65 kobo at 9.94 negative adjustment. Fortis Global Insurance, another heavy weight in terms of volume, closed in the dip of 1 naira 8 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.24%. And when you look further, you see that Sovereign Trust Insurance closed at 2 naira 10 kobo, making a negative dip of 9.09%. Then by volume, we saw that Access Corp is one of the heavy hitters by volume, moving 28,124,000 for 2 units of shares traded yesterday. And they are followed by Dangote Cement. Dangote Cement was able to move the numbers to 26,892,570 units of shares. And we're looking at LLX. LLX equally is another, as a yesterday, another volume puncher yesterday, closing at 21,851 20 226 units traded. And then we are equally seeing Cutis. Cutis PLC, you heard correctly, is another volume mover yesterday, closing at 16,258,809 units. Now when we move to the top value, in terms of value, the top 5 stocks that pulled and punched hard yesterday in terms of value, they are led by Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank PLC, yesterday was able to raise a value of 5.24 billion naira yesterday, yes, and then they are followed by Arade Holdings, which punched heavily also at 4.82 billion naira, and we're seeing Grantee Trust Bank here, Grantee Trust Holding, another heavy puncher at 4.11 billion naira, yes, and then Dangote Cement equally another puncher here at 3.95 billion naira. Access Holding PLC equally hitting 3.18 billion naira. Now let's quickly run along to look at the market activity for yesterday. We can tell you that while trading volume decreased slightly to 549.8 million shares, the total value of transactions surged by over 71% to reach 444.7 billion naira. This jump was largely driven by heavy interest in tickers like Zenith Bank and Arade Holdings. Let's quickly run to look at the key drivers yesterday, and we'll tell you that large cap stocks accounted for over 60% of the total turnover value for the day. And then when we move further to look at sectorial performance, we'll tell you when you take a look at the sectorial performance at the industrial goods, they were positive as they made a plus 1.88 positive adjustment, and this was the standard performer. The gains were primarily driven by a rebound in large cap stocks like Bua and Bua Cement, yes, which hits around plus 5.23%, and Dangote Cement, which recovered after previous profit taking section. And then we'll quickly move along to take a look at the banking, which yesterday was in the dip of minus 0.45%. The index dipped slightly despite very high activity. While Zenith Bank and Access Holdings saw the highest trade volume, the sector faced overall downward pressure as investors rebalanced portfolios. Yes, you heard correctly. Investors are rebalancing their portfolios. And then quickly at the oil and gas sector, where we saw equally a dip of 0.06%. This sector remained relatively flat with a major bearish tilt. Despite global Brent crude, global Brent crude price is trading around 96 US dollars. Domestic energy stocks like Etana, were in the dip. They saw significant sell-offs, offsetting gains in other areas. And then what does this mean? We'll tell you that the recovery in the industrial index was the primary reason the Osha Index ASI bounced back into positive territory. And then quickly running to Naira performance for yesterday, we can tell you that the Naira showed resilience, making marginal gains, against the euro, yes, and pound, while holding steady against the US dollar across both official and parallel markets. And then when you take a look at the currency performance against the US dollar, the Naira was able to, hold steady despite slight gain at 1,399 naira 57 kobo against the US dollar, and against the British pound he held at 1,855 naira 92 kobo against the British pound, and against the euro it was around 1,611 naira, signifying a positive rebound, yes, of a plus 0.09%. Now let's give you the market summary here. The Naira remained firm near the 1,400 mark. Continued stability in the window is being attributed to central banks, healthy foreign reserve, which is on the 13-year high. And then we look at the parallel market, rest held steady in the 1,408 and 1,418 range, maintaining a narrow spread with the official rates, a key indicator of reduced arbitrage. And then when we look at volatility, volatility here, exchange rate volatility remained low at approximately 0.93% over the last session, reflecting a period of reflective calm in the foreign exchange market. Now let's quickly take a look at the performance of Brent crude for yesterday. Prices surged over 9%, closing above the $100 a barrel mark for the first time since 2022. Now, when we look closer, we saw that on settlement, Brent crude settled at $100.46 per barrel, which is up about 9.2%. And then through the intraday tradings, he was able to peak. Prices briefly tested the 102 level during the heavy trading section. And then when we take a little comparison, the West Texas Intermediate WTI also jumped significantly, settling at approximately 95.70. Yes, that's $95.70 per barrel. And then what are the key market drivers here? The key market drivers here are still on around the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Yes, this is the primary catalyst, was a public statement from Iran's leadership vowing to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. This deepened fears of a prolonged disruption to 20% of the world's oil supply. Another factor here, speaking to regional tension, is fresh report of attacks on oil tankers in the Gulf further rattled, energy market, overshadowing diplomatic efforts. Now let's look at the other issues here. The price surge occurred, despite a historic release by the International Energy Agency. There are 400 million barrels of emergency crude reserve, which the largest coordinated release in history, didn't equally help to make the market stable. And what's the impact of this? We can tell you that the impact here, both at the National Oil Company and Dangote Refinery, made significant downward adjustment to petroleum prices, providing some relief even as global crude remains volatile. When we look at the price of the here, NNPCL, as of yesterday, cut their price. Yes, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited reduced pump price yesterday. In Lagos, the price dropped to around 1,130 naira per liter. To some areas, it sold around 1,230 naira, and in Abuja, it fell to around 1,165 naira per liter from 1,260 naira. Dangote Refinery, following the consecutive hikes earlier in the month, the refinery slashed its gantry price by 100 naira on Tuesday. It now stands at 1,075 naira per liter, with coastal supplies at 1,050 naira per liter. And then when you look at diesel, prices were also reduced, with the refinery's gantry price dropping to 1,430 naira per liter, downward from 1,620 naira. And then now take a look at the market, looking at the inflation outlook, speaking to National Bureau of Statistics, which has scheduled to release the February 2026 Consumer Price Index report on Monday, March 16, 2026. And then we'll look at current trending, where inflation has slowed for 10 consecutive months, reaching 15.10% in January. And what is our market forecast? Let's quickly run to take a look at market forecast. Analysts are cautiously optimistic that the February figure will dip further towards 14.7%, though recent energy speculation and fluctuations are a major variable for the March outlook. Now running to the international market, where we are seen as yesterday, the international market shifts into a risk-off mode as escalating Middle East tension drove oil prices to a multi-year highs and rattled global equities. Yes, in the United States, all major indices closed sharply lower. The Dow Jones fell by 1.56%, and then the S&P 500 dropped by 1.52%. The Nasdaq slid at 1.78%. And then when you take a look at the energy stocks, where the sole gainers, while travel and tech sectors bore brunt of the whole sell-off. And then moving over to the Middle East, we'll tell you that at the Middle Eastern, markets, things were even more stable compared to the US as of yesterday, despite the whole global outlook and taking side due to escalation of hostilities, with diplomatic efforts not yielding the needed results. Yes, investors are turning to the safe haven, which is good, which they believe is where assets like gold and the US dollar they are more comfortable with. And looking at Brent crude, it has surged by 92% to settle at 100 naira for 6 cents per barrel. Yes, and in all, for want of time, what would advising for today is that one should be cautiously optimistic, moving your investments straight to tier 1 banking sector, which is taking a measure of stability, given that the CBN, the Central Bank of Nigeria, has come out to publicly say that about 30 banks has met the capital requirements before the deadline of March 31st. So in all, your action price there should be moved towards dividend yields and low debt companies to navigate the high rate interest environment. And this will call it a day on the business desk here at Aneke TV. I'm your host, Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This
is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. And Aneke TV, move with the world.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. President Tinubu approves acquisition of additional military equipment to boost operations against terrorists and bandits. Independent National Electoral Commission urges residents of Enugu State to participate in the ongoing continuous voter registration. Kaduna State records first rainfall of the season as downpour eases intense heat. On the foreign scene, Benjamin Netanyahu issues fresh warning to Iran's new leader amid rising tensions with Iran. On business, Governor Peter Mbah dismisses allegations of high taxation in Enugu State. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has approved the procurement of additional military equipment to strengthen the armed forces' ongoing operations against insurgency and terrorism across the country. The Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Gwabin Musa, disclosed this to State House correspondents after a high-level security briefing at the presidential villa in Abuja involving service chiefs and other security officials. According to the minister, the president received a comprehensive update on the operational situation nationwide, including recent attacks and the military's response to emerging security threats in different theaters of operation. General Musa stated that troops have continued to neutralize several high-ranking terrorist commanders and recover weapons and other logistics, reaffirming the federal government's commitment to strengthening the military to restore lasting peace and stability across Nigeria. In the meantime, troops of the Nigerian army attached to the 13th Brigade have fallen ambushed by suspected criminals while responding to a communal dispute in Odonget community of Bubra local government area of Cross River State. The development was issued in confirmed by the Major Assistant Director, Army Public Relations at the 13th Brigade Headquarters, Yemi Sokoya, a lieutenant. According to the statement, troops deployed at Ochon and Alesi were alerted through credible intelligence on rising tensions in Odonget community on March 12, 2026, prompting immediate military intervention to restore order. The army said the troops successfully repelled the ambush and stabilized the situation in the area, reaffirming its commitment to protecting lives and property while supporting civil authorities in managing communal conflicts. Still talking security, the Nigerian army has reopened the Lilu Ketutu Road in Imo State after more than 3 years of closure due to the activities of militants linked to the indigenous people of Biafra and its armed wing, the Eastern Security Network. The reopening follows sustained kill operations conducted under Operator Udoka during the Joint Security Forces dismantled criminal camps that had turned the road into a desert and dangerous route. Specialist explosive ordnances disposal teams were deployed to detect and safely recover several improvised explosive devices planted along the corridor to guarantee the safe movement of residents and commercial activities. Army spokesperson Olabisi Ayeni, a lieutenant colonel, said troops are on covering and destroying an improvised explosive device manufacturing facility in Osu Ihete Ukwa access, reaffirming the military's determination to restore lasting peace in the southeast. The federal government has commended the United Nations Development Programme UNDP for its sustained support to Nigeria's development initiatives and reform programs. Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, gave the commendation at the presidential villa in Abuja while receiving the UNDP resident representative Elsia Atafua during a courtesy visit. Gbajabiamila said the federal government would continue to leverage the agency's expertise in areas such as poverty reduction, education, agriculture, mining, and efforts aimed at increasing women's participation in politics and governance. Earlier, Atafua praised President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for what she described as transformative leadership and reviewed the UNDP as promoting initiatives such as the University Graduate Hub to help young innovators secure financing and scale their ideas. The Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Jia Mohammed, has warned that violence against women and girls continues to escalate globally due to armed conflicts, militarization, and persistent gender inequality. She made the remarks during a high-level meeting marking 5 years of the UN Group of Friends for the Elimination of the Violence Against Women and Girls on the sidelines of the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations headquarters in New York. Mohammed noted that ongoing conflicts across different regions are exposing women and girls to grave violations and long-term social and economic consequences. She therefore urged governments around the world to move beyond statements of condemnation and implement concrete measures to eliminate violence and strengthen the protection of women and girls. The Independent National Electoral Commission has urged eligible residents of Enugu State to take advantage of the ongoing continuous voter registration exercise to participate in future elections. The resident electoral commissioner for the state, Chukwuemeka Joseph Chukwu, made the appeal during a news conference in Enugu, describing voter registration as a fundamental requirement for citizens to exercise their constitutional right to vote and be voted for. Dr. Chukwu explained that the Commission commenced the nationwide registration exercise in August 2025, with the first phase ending in December 2025, while the second phase began on January 1st, 5th, 2026, and is currently ongoing across the state. He disclosed that more than 31,000 voters have been registered since the commencement of the second phase, stressing that the exercise remains free and open to first-time registrants, newly eligible voters, and those seeking transfer or correction of personal details. 9 senators have officially defected to the African Democratic Congress (ADC), signaling a significant shift in the political landscape of the National Assembly of Nigeria. The development was announced during plenary by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who formally read the letters of defection from the lawmakers on the floor of the Senate. Among the prominent figures who joined the party are former Governor of Sokoto State, Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, and Senator Enyinnaya Baribe, alongside 7 other lawmakers representing different senatorial districts across the country. One of the defecting senators, Tony Nwoye, cited internal disputes and multiple litigations within the Labour Party as reasons for his decision. Residents of Kaduna have welcomed the first rainfall of the year in Kaduna State, which occurred late Thursday night after weeks of intense heat and humidity. The rainfall, accompanied by strong winds, brought relief to residents who had been grappling with a prolonged heat wave affecting daily activities across the state. Many residents noted that the prevailing weather conditions have made fasting particularly difficult for both Muslims observing Ramadan and Christians observing the Lent period. A resident, Malam Yusuf Dan Musa, said the rainfall has significantly reduced the extreme heat and excessive water consumption previously experienced, especially as the Ramadan fast approached its final week. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of our major stories making the news. President Tinubu approves acquisition of additional military equipment to strengthen operations against terrorists and bandits across the country. Independent National Electoral Commission urges residents of Enugu State participate in the ongoing continuous voter registration exercise. Kaduna State records its first rainfall of the season, bringing relief from the intense heat. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Prime Minister of Israel Benjamin Netanyahu issues a strong warning to Iran's new leader amid rising tensions with Iran. On business, Governor Peter Mbah rejects claims of high taxation in Enugu State. We'll be right back.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Kingdom of Morocco is finalizing an action plan to repatriate hundreds of its citizens who traveled to the Middle East to fight for the extremist group Islamic State. The move follows the transfer of thousands of detainees from Syria to Iraq by the United States military after collapse of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces earlier this year. Moroccan security authorities say the repatriation plan covers active fighters currently in Iraqi custody, as well as hundreds of women and children being held in displacement camps across the region. More than 1,600 Moroccan nationals are believed to have joined jihadist groups since the outbreak of the Syrian conflict. Authorities note that while nearly 300 fighters have already returned to Morocco and faced prison sentences, all additional returnees will be prosecuted under strict counter-terrorism laws. Prime Minister of Israel Benjamin Netanyahu has issued a stern warning to Iran's new supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei, declaring that leaders of what terrorist organizations should not assume their safety is guaranteed. Speaking at his first press conference since the escalation of hostilities, Netanyahu said nearly 2 weeks of joint military operations by Israel and the United States has significantly weakened Iran's military establishment, including elements of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Netanyahu maintained that Israel would continue its military campaign until Iran's nuclear threat is neutralized and the influence of the Tehran-backed military group Hezbollah is dismantled. The government of Thailand has demanded a formal explanation from Iran after a Thai-flagged cargo vessel, the Mayuri Nari, has struck by a projectile in the strategic Strait of Hormuz. Thailand's foreign ministry summoned the Iranian ambassador in Bangkok to clarify the circumstances surrounding the attack, which triggered a major fire and forced the ship's crew to abandon the vessel. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps later confirmed through the Tasnim news agency that the vessel had been fired upon by Iranian forces, raising fresh international concern over the safety of commercial shipping in the vital maritime corridor. Now in business, Governor of Enugu State, Peter Mbah, has dismissed claims that his administration imposed excessive taxation on residents, describing the allegations as misinformation promoted by political opponents. Speaking in an interview with Afia Television, the governor explained that his administration expanded the state's internally generated revenue by widening the tax net, blocking leakages and introducing modern systems such as consolidated demand notices and electronic ticketing. Mbah said the state internally generated revenue rose from 26.8 billion naira in 2022 to 406.7 billion naira in 2025, adding that only a small portion of the revenue came from taxes while the bulk was generated through optimization and monetization of state assets. The Enugu Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, ECMA, says the 37th Enugu International Trade Fair will serve as a major platform for expanding business and investment opportunities in the Southeast. President of ECMA, Nanyalugo Onyemelupe, announced this at a news conference in Enugu while unveiling preparations for the 2026 edition of the Trade Fair. The event, scheduled for March 21st to March 30th at the Enugu International Trade Fair Complex, is themed Empowering MSMEs for Global Competitiveness and will bring together investors, entrepreneurs, innovators, and policymakers to explore commercial partnerships. Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission have arrested a TikTok user, Mbachidima Sofina, over an alleged fraud involving 19 million naira and 8,370 euros. According to the commission, the 33-year-old suspect allegedly collected the money from a victim under the pretext of securing a certificate of sponsorship to enable him relocate to the United Kingdom for employment as a caregiver. The EFCC said the suspect received the payments in several installments between August and November 2024, but failed to provide the promised documents, leading to her arrest following a formal petition. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has issued a nationwide alert over the circulation of counterfeit Avastin 400 mg injection vials used in cancer treatment. The agency identified two falsified batch numbers, K1830T71 and H0375B01, falsely labeled as products of F. Home Farm La Roche Limited. NAFDAC has directed its zonal officers to remove the suspected products from the supply chain and urged healthcare providers to provide and procure medicines only from authorized distributors. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has criticized Nigeria's energy policy, attributing the recent surge in fuel prices to the absence of strategic petroleum reserves. In a statement, Obi noted that the escalation of tensions between the United States and Iran has disrupted global oil markets, exposing Nigeria's vulnerability to external shocks. He called for long-term reforms, warning that without adequate economic buffers and energy planning, the country would remain susceptible to fluctuations in international oil prices. The Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON, has presented mandatory conformity assessment program certificates to 24 companies operating in Enugu State. Director General of SON, Aneke, who was represented by the Southeast Regional Director, Chukwuma Aharanwa, said the certification confirms that locally manufactured products meet the required Nigeria industrial standards. Okeke explained that the certification followed factory inspections, product sampling and laboratory testing, adding that the certificates must be renewed every 3 years to ensure continuous compliance. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission (FCCPC) says it will compel Nigerian airlines found guilty of fare exploitation during the 2025 Christmas season to refund affected passengers. Executive Vice Chairman of the Commission, Tunji Bello, disclosed that investigations revealed suspected coordinated prices increase among several airlines. The commission said airfares that normally sold for about 150,000 naira were raised to as high as 670,000 naira during the peak travel period, warning that companies found guilty of anti-competitive practices would face sanctions under federal competition laws. First Power Electricity Distribution Company has attributed the ongoing electricity outage in Anambra State to a major decline in national power generation. The company said electricity allocation to the state dropped from about 164 megawatts to 74 megawatts due to shortage of natural gas supply to the thermal power plants and existing financial challenges within the sector. First Power said it has introduced load management measures to ration the limited supply and is also supporting the federal government's mass metering program to distribute about 90,000 additional prepaid meters. Now in sports, president of Turkish club Fenerbahce Saadettin Saran says Nigeria international Ademola Lookman had shown strong interest in joining the club before negotiations collapsed. Saran disclosed to Fenerbahce television that club officials traveled to Milan in December to hold talks with the players' representatives and the club's coaching staff. However, Lookman's Italian club Atalanta BC opted to prioritize negotiations with Spanish side Atletico Madrid, leading to the breakdown of the proposed transfer. The Nigerian National League has sanctioned Bichi First FC and Gombe United over breaches of the league's disciplinary regulations. Bichi First FC was ordered to forfeit 3 points and 3 goals to Adamawa United, and the Kano-based club abandoned their match in protest of a late goal. Gombe United was fined 2.39 million naira after supported invaders pitch damaged equipment belonging to the official streaming partner Sportslight Hub Crew and will play their next home game behind closed doors. In entertainment, lifestyle entrepreneur and influencer May Edochie has posted a strong message on social media warning critics not to provoke her. The founder of Queen May Beauty shared images from a professional photo shoot and stated that she was confused on protecting her peace while continuing to grow her personal brand. Edochie has recently expanded her influence through business ventures, endorsement deals, and acting roles following her widely publicized separation from Nollywood actor Edochie. Still in entertainment, Nollywood actor Mofe Duncan has announced the death of his father, Josbert Thomas Kofi Duncan, who passed away on March 10, 2026 at the age of 94. The actor shared the news on social media, describing his father as a guiding influence in his life and expressing gratitude for the values he imparted. Duncan said he draws comfort from his faith and the belief that his father's legacy will continue to inspire his family. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu held an emergency high-stakes meeting with Nigeria's service chiefs and Inspector General of Police to Judiciary in Abuja. The meeting, characterized by its extreme urgency as top brass arrived without official vehicles, focused on strategic overhaul of the nation's defense following a surge in attacks on military personnel and formations. The Nigerian Army successfully reopened the Lilu-Eketutu Road after a 3-year closure caused by IPOB, Eastern Security Network militant activities. Joint security forces cleared numerous devices, IEDs, along the route and destroyed a sophisticated bomb-making factory in the Osu-Ihite-Okwa area, signaling a significant recovery of territorial control in the southeast. On the foreign scene, in a chilling address, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a direct threat to Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, stating that no leader within the terrorist organization is safe, while admitting that total regime collapse from the current air war is not guaranteed. He vowed to continue strikes until Iran's nuclear program and its regional proxies are neutralized. In the business sector, Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso announced that aggressive financial reforms are yielding massive stability, with 30 banks already meeting new recapitalization requirements. And in entertainment, lifestyle influencer and entrepreneur May Dochio is making clear that she is not the one to be trifled with. In a striking new social media update, the mother of four posted photos from a professional shoot where she appeared to be holding a firearm, accompanied by a direct warning to an unnamed individual. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land the emirs of the north, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land. Traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Welcome to this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. Welcome to this edition of Sunrise, where the day begins with a dose of brightness and joy. Coming from our studio live in Enugu, I am Good Hope Chukuma.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say, no matter how long the night, the day is short to break. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure that you own the day. Yes, and thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, well, it's Friday, another day on Sunrise, and it's a wonderful edition of Sunrise, and it's a power-packed morning where we're going to get you the latest news, weather, business, and stock updates, hot topics, and that Sunrise pack to keep you going throughout the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we'll kick off things with our quote of the day, something inspiring, something amazing to keep you going for the day.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also bring to you our full weather forecast for the cities across Southeast and where you are to keep you updated on the things happening around the weather. And yes.
Alright, and then we won't let you go without bringing the business updates to help you monitor, guide, and watch your investment. And of course, we'll leave you smiling by unleashing the man of many parts, the sports oracle. But today you're going to see him as a mental mechanic.
All right. So now we go over to the inspirational segment, our quote of the day, the inspirational segment, and also something to keep you, like I've said, something to keep you inspired for the day. Our quote of the day says, "Rising early makes the road short." Is from an African proverb which says, "Rising early makes the road short." Well, this quote teaches many things, but we have a focus, and it's a powerful lesson which we want to share with you now. This is about starting life early and starting your daily activities early. And when you simply wake up early and start your task on time, you're going to have things become easier, smoother, and less stressful. The road represents the journey toward your goals, and rising early symbolizes preparation, discipline, and taking action before others. When you delay or procrastinate, the same journey begins to feel longer, more boring, and more harder. Of course, it feels more frustrating. But when you start early and look into what you have to do early, you will have more time, and also you will have more energy and opportunities to succeed in life. Well, the people who move ahead are often those who prepare early and plan ahead and take in life all the things they needed to do early. So this means that before time runs out, rising early is part of what we have to inculcate into our lives so that we can have a great day and also a great period of existence. Mr. Che?
All right, thank you for these inspirational quotes. Speaking to, rising early makes the road short. I keep speaking to the wisdom of our forebearers. Whenever they speak, you begin to marvel at where they get these inspirations from, where they learn the things they tell us, even when we are told by the invaders or the colonialists that our forefathers were unlettered. But one realizes that they are even more educated and advanced beyond what history books tell us. We are meant to believe that they were uninformed, forgetting the traditional education. And when you look at the advancement, especially when they give you directives on a path to go in life, you discover that this, our forebears are quite advanced, quite well ahead of time. And looking at this quote, you captured it quite well. And it speaks to decision making. It speaks to planning. You set out on a journey. Whatever the goal is, we all as human beings have our individual goals. But one thing that is peculiar is that it has to come from a place of making decision. So our fathers are telling us this morning that we should be quick with decision making. We should be quick with planning so that we will set out on realizing our goal on time. And part of decision making, deals with the planning also. If you plan meticulously ahead of time, then chances are that you would overcome challenges that you encounter on your way. And I'm speaking to you, as an entrepreneur, because a lot of us from where we are known entrepreneurs who's been successful at it. So I speak to my people in Obwete market, those at Ariari and Aba, at Ogige in Onsoka, or main market in Onitsha. Yes, you have to set out early, plan. And like we did say yesterday, by planning ahead, you are able to surmount any challenges that you may encounter. And part of this decision making is equally in collaboration. Yes, is equally in confidence building. When you plan well, you'll be able to collaborate with the right people, and perhaps you would set out to achieve your goals earlier than desired. One thing that rising early gives you, starting ahead gives you, is that you are able to confront whatever challenges that face you. So wherever you are hearing our voice or watching from, we are telling you this morning that yes, that the task could be achieved if you plan early. If you set out early, then it's realizable. What the goal is could be to move from being a distributor to an importer, or moving from importation to a manufacturer. It is realizable if you set out now. There's time. Now is the earliest time you can, and is achievable. So, like our fathers say, rise early makes the road short.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll come back with the weather updates.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, let's take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast.
Good morning, Oka. Temperatures will hover around 33 to 36 degrees Celsius. bringing a warm, slightly humid day with periods of sunshine and clouds. And the evening may cool mildly at about 24 degrees Celsius with a chance of light breezes.
Good morning, Ko City, and welcome to Enugu. The temperatures this morning will be down warm temperatures around 34 to 38 degrees Celsius, starting sunny but gradually turning cloudy later in the day, with the possibility of light thunderstorms developing towards evening.
Good morning, Abakaliki. One of the warmer spots today with temperatures reaching about 35 to 38 degrees Celsius, meaning a very sunny and dry afternoon is expected, though clouds may build later, which could hint at isolated evening showers.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. It's Friday. Expect a warm tropical day with temperatures around 33 to 36 degrees Celsius. Sunshine dominating early hours before clouds increase in the afternoon and possibly bringing short evening rain.
Good morning, Umuahia. Umuahia is expected to have a hot sun and bright day around 34 to 37 degrees Celsius, with sunshine dominating the afternoon, while clouds may gather later in the evening. So residents should stay hydrated and prepare for a slightly warm night around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do keep an umbrella handy. Remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll be back with more updates. Stay with us.
Welcome back. You're still tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV. Let's take a look at major headlines across the major newspapers making across the nation, where we have The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, Daily Trust, The Guardian, and The Sun.
Joining us this morning, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Reyes. It's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you, Uche, for
Yeah.
having me today.
All right. And how has it been with Nigeria all this while?
Thank goodness it is Friday. Nigeria is Nigeria, with all the factors available.
And you're still glowing and your face is radiant, meaning that Nigeria is a good place to be.
Well, not the best place to be, but fair. At least the better places are there, but there are no way to get there.
Nowhere is better than home, they say.
That is what they say until it is re-examined.
Okay.
And somebody will find out.
Until
that there could be places better than
it's
home.
re-examined. And with us also this morning is Gift Obodo.
Good morning, the people of Comfort. How you guys doing?
Social lawyer. At the courteous day in the studio this morning. How is Nigeria treating you?
I don't know. We're just, I don't know. At the point in Nigeria, I just say everybody just copy. Just copy.
Why do people give me these answers when you're looking so radiant? In fact, let me do a bit of marketing. You know, our viewers there, our audience would see how radiant you are, especially those of them at the global scene. When they look at you, they wouldn't believe there's any story coming from Nigeria is different from that of enjoyment, because you're looking like someone who's really enjoying.
We don't say everything.
All right, we don't say everything. Now with that, I run back to Good Hope for help.
All right, so we go over to our newspaper headlines, where we have The Nation. The headline in The Nation says, Anti-terrorism war. Tinubu beefs up military equipment. Anti-terrorism war. Tinubu beefs up military equipment. Now we go over to the Punch, which says states demand forensic audit of $8.8 billion crude for loan deals. States demand forensic audit of $8.8 billion crude for loan deals. Now we go over to the Vanguard. Vanguard headline says Middle East war, crude drops to $88 per barrel. Dangote cuts price to 1,075 naira. Then we go over to the Guardian, which says how fatigue, poor accountability make medical mistake routine. How fatigue, poor accountability make medical mistake routine. Now we go back to the Sun newspaper, which says 2027 drama in Senate as wave of defection continues. Drama in Senate as wave of defection continues. Now lastly, in the Daily Trust, where we have power outage may worsen as gas supply drops. Power outage may worsen as gas supply drops. So we go back to the Nation headline, where we are having in the news that Tinubu beefs up military equipment, anti-terrorism war. Tinubu beefs up military equipment. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has recently approved a significant surge in the procurement of modern military equipment and logistics to bolster the Nigerian armed forces fight against terrorism and banditry.
All right, the headline on the Nation newspaper: anti-terrorism war, Tinubu, beefing up military equipment. It surprises me that we are seeing news like this. What I supposed to be seeing is, as we begin to, what I wanted to see here is not the president, in terms of beefing up what is available. What I want to see on the newspapers are the results. A number of times we speak to the kinetic approach to combating insurgents, and often it usually seems that it looks like the one will take one step forward, will take another 10 backwards. And looking at, yes, it may be permissible that given time, you may begin to beef up, bring in new equipment, refurbish what you had and all that. But with the level we are in this war, one may not be really, looking or so open to embracing the news about Nigeria getting new armaments. The question is, the ones we've had, what have we achieved with it? When are we going to be briefed on the achievables by our men in uniform, our combatants who are confronting these insurgents? We should see numbers, and those numbers should be reflective to such that those in the IDP camp should be able to at least be going home. People should be able to be, give me feasible reports of people returning to farms, and not every time we are hearing reports of an alliance or treaty being signed with Turkey, or that the United States government has approved a new Tucano jet for Nigeria. The issue is that with what we have, why are we unable to steady the tide? And Mr. S, I will run to you for help. Perhaps you may understand and have a broader perspective to these issues, because my position should be that at this point in time, what we should be seeing is the scorecard on our fight against terrorism in Nigeria.
Well, if you're expecting a scorecard, you might not get any, because there's nothing to showcase in terms of the fight against terror in Nigeria. You see, we are battling with terror as well as many other issues. So it's like the government has been overwhelmed by these problems that are abundant in the nation now. And that's why they have been unable to confront. You see, they've been thinking about how to go about it. That's why the president now had to call the service chiefs, the security heads, and they all came together to think about a way forward. And maybe in the course of that, there are complaints that the insurgency are beginning to use more sophisticated weapons against the security agencies in Nigeria. And that is true, because it goes to show in some of the reports we have that some of our hardware equipment that the security agencies are using are being mangled. So we are talking about equipment that could mangle a solid hardware equipment like that. Then you should be thinking that these people are beginning to use very solid hardware equipment again against the soldiers and other security agencies that are confronting terror practices. And that could be why the government, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, after that meeting, had to, approve further purchases, maybe more modern equipment that could surpass what the insurgency are using, what the bandits are using, so that they confront them. Of course, recently, about 3 commanders have died in the Northeast. You see, so losing 3 commanders in the Northeast is not palatable. It's not a good story to be heard. That the Nigerian Army and sister agencies will lose 3 commanders by an insurgent group. No, it is not a very good story. It is not good at all. It should not even be said. Therefore, they should confront these people. They should face them frontally. How many are there? And how many are the number of the Nigerian soldiers? Where are the soldiers? Are they in the barracks or are they in the field? Let them come out squarely and confront these people so that Nigerians will know that they have an army that is capable of defending Nigerians and Nigeria. It has sovereignty and everything that could pose problem in this country. But it's quite unfair that so many years back, I'm not talking about the presidency of Ahmed Bola Tinubu, I'm talking about 3 presidents, 3 terms ago, procurement has always been in the budget. And then we ask ourselves, what has been procured? Where is the money allocated for these procurements? Because we've been fighting terror for quite a long time. The fight against terror is going over 2 decades. It's within 2 decades or more. And if we are fighting terror within 2 decades and we are still procuring armaments for the fight, then it means that we had little or no armament at all before, since we've been doing that. We've been just managing. We've been managing. Where are our jets? Where are our ammunitions? Where are these things that... Because terror is terror. It is a full-blown war. Against terror is a full-blown war. It is not peacekeeping. When you talk about peacekeeping, there are certain equipment to use. So I think that Nigerian government, well, they have already approved. Let the approvals made be used judiciously in procuring the right equipment.
Judiciously is the key word here. We do not want to get to a point again where we begin to hear that security spendings were, misapplicated, not misappropriated. We wouldn't even tolerate a misapplication of this very fund, approved fund for, getting new equipment to combat terrorism in Nigeria. Because we've had issues in the past where someone in a very high position was accused of misappropriating such funds. But like my good mentor, elder statesman, as a Minister of Information, did say, at one point in time when there was controversy around monies meant for the rehabilitation of Nigerian roads, under the then minister, Tony Anini, and the issue, trussed up, became a conversation in Nigeria. And then Jerry Gana came up and said that the issue here is not that of misappropriation, but misapplication of fund. And in this instance, we don't want a misapplication of fund. Let it be used judiciously for what it's meant for. But that said, Gift, what's your opinion on this issue?
Actually, we were waiting for him to land, because when he was talking about this equipment being, purchased and brought to, fight combat this thing, and you will talk about the military hands themselves. Is Nigerian government able to recruit the number of qualified soldiers we want to combat this terror? Now, if you check for a number of years now, recruitment in the military has become the major part of problem we have. Now, they are, I can remember a few years ago where their forms were out for application. Now, people keep asking, are you employing us to send us to the war front? Are you employing us to serve our country? I'm asking, is there any difference between going to the war front and serving your country? There are duties. So now people are afraid of going there. And now when this equipment, this equipment are being purchased, now the problem is, now if you look at the equipment of those people exhibiting this terror out there, you will see that it's more sophisticated. And you will ask yourself, where are this equipment coming from? And if you go back to the data of government, the equipment being purchased, you will see that there is a little bit alliance in analysis. And we'll keep assuming that these are foreigners coming to invade our society. But now the question is, these foreigners, did they pass through the air to grab those equipment into our society? They have to be a loophole where things are going on. And now you are promising us to equip the military to fight this thing. The same you that will, is it for me, I feel like, is it a strategy towards, I think it's a strategy towards the dimension of this equipping the military is now a strategy towards the dimension of 2027 election. There is something we are yet to hear.
There's something that we are yet to hear.
Yeah.
Hopefully, whatever we hope to, we are yet to hear. We hope that it will be a palatable one. And like I did say, not when we begin to, evolve semantics on either misappropriation or misapplication. But Mr. Harris, let me quickly come back to, when she was speaking, she did raise a very relevant dust and speaking to the way we recruit men into the military. It seems to be one that is has the coloration of nepotism around it.
Okay, when you talk about recruiting the military, there's been a tradition. Since after the 1966 coup and eventual war that took the stage after, the recruitment of the military has been lopsided. Lopsided in the sense that since certain persons from certain parts of Nigeria now took over the affairs of the management of this country, some parts of the country are not given the opportunity to freely serve in the military and possibly get to the topmost hierarchy of the management of the military and other security agencies. But then, these days, some people do not want to be recruited. Parents do not even want their children to get involved because now that people are being recruited, maybe from another part, those recruited from these parts that were initially rejected are now being recruited to be taken to the front because they know that those ones possibly may be used as pawns on a chessboard. You know what I mean? So when you push them to the insurgency hotspot areas and they are not equipped, how do you expect even intel, the intelligence reports that should guide soldiers to do good at the war front? We do not have enough. the equipment you use to guide yourself and do the magic is no longer there. So how do you now begin to talk about equipment? And how much are soldiers paid? So why are people putting their lives on the line? When you're not insured and you're not paid well, and you're putting your life on the line to be recruited into the army, to of course, secure a country. Sure, it is worthwhile doing. It is worth doing to secure one's own country, and that is patriotism. But then, at the same time, the country has to be good enough to those people who are putting their lives on the line, those people who have volunteered to do that service to the nation. The country must ensure that these people are effectively taken care of. Most often you see widows of soldiers that have been killed in war fronts. Their widows are sent out of the barracks. Their children, nobody takes care of them. So how do we begin to take care of such situation in Nigeria? And why would anybody want to be recruited into the army that does not have any care or any plan for the family?
All right.
Well, I think in this whole scenario, first of all, we have to give accolades to the federal government, because this is the first time, or almost the opting time, we're having a swift response to the president and the security chiefs coming together to procure and to plan these things. Now, secondly, I want to comment on that area where you see the kind of ammunition these bandits possess. First of all, I was seeing just one or two clips of how these things happened. These guys they have more sophisticated weapons. So I believe and I trust that as these things are going, as this whole improving our security system issue, as it is going, that we'll bring in more sophisticated equipment, because they are even wearing night gears. I don't know what that is actually called, but that thing that gives you rays in the nights for you to
night vision gun
use, and that kind of thing. That's what they are wearing. I don't know if our soldiers have that. And also for the fact of the other side of where we have lost two generals, not just two important people in this. Just this year, we've lost two important people in this particular set of insecurity. So it's something that we have to just look into, and we are also looking at the federal government to see what they do about it, as they have already started.
All right. Mr. Harris, I'm quite worried. One thing I'm able to infer from our conversation is that the insurgents now have superior firearm compared to our combatants.
That's exactly what we are saying.
So how did we get to that point?
Many years we've been budgeting about securing arms and ammunition for the purpose of fighting insurgency in Nigeria. So many years we have had big budgetary allocations for security. And what the question now is, what has happened to this money? Did it grow wings and flew away? Or were they used to purchase this equipment as they were made for? So that is the question. And at this time we are still going to purchase and make approvals. We have not even started. Approval, it will take some time before you do the negotiations, ask for supplies and so on, and then you ship down to Nigeria and all that, and take delivery. Then before you begin to use it. Before then, the insurgency must have, of course, developed wings. They would have even bought even better ammunition than we're going to buy, because they're more swift than. That's why we talk about proactiveness on the part of government. I don't know if it is bureaucracy that tries to put a snag on the activities of government in the fight against insecurity. Maybe bureaucracy has something to do with that. because it takes a whole lot. You see the procurement law, you have to go through all the levels to get approvals and all that. But you talk about terrorists, don't you? Just one person can always do one thing for them and it's done. And that solves it. So government has to bypass bureaucracy in issues that has to do with security, because it is very, very important the life of this nation.
All right, so, that's quite apt, because we have to do everything to ensure that we curb insecurity in Nigeria, and that takes me to look at the 2026 appropriation bill presented by President Bola Tinubu, where we had as at December 25 totaling approximately 58.18 trillion. And when one looks further, you see that security and defense, the largest single sector allocation was around 5.41 trillion. And when you go down to see how it is balkanized, you see that this money is balkanized between the Ministry of Defense, which is getting around 3.15 trillion. You go to Nigerian Army, where they are getting 1.50 trillion naira. Then the Navy is getting around 44 billion, and the Air Force is getting around 407 billion, and the Ministry of Police Affairs is getting 1.3 trillion. And I ask Mr. Ares, in view of what we are discussing in terms of equipment and even in seeing that our men in the front lines are insured, and perhaps their widows or their next of kins, the people they will be left, they will be left behind if they pay the supreme price, are well taken care of. And I ask, in view of all this, do you believe honestly that 5.something trillion is adequate to see that we curb insurgency, that terrorism becomes a thing of the past in Nigeria?
So you should even begin to, discuss or, query what's the highest part of that budget, which goes to the Ministry of Defense. What is it earmarked for? Is it capital or recurrent? Ministry of Defense, is it the recurrent expenditure? That's where you used to pay salaries and other overheads, or as part of that fund for the procurement for the military? The money earmarked for the military, particularly 5 trillion, is it for the defense or for procurement? But I want to also say that even the budget or even the procurement which the government, the president approved of, I don't know if it is part of these monies, or is it an approval maybe from a presidential, what do you call it, that's presidential law, whether it's going to go for supplementary budget and all that. So I want to know, or we want to know, where these monies are going. That is the issue of transparency has been should be brought to bear in the present circumstance, because we have to know what they are actually doing, the government is doing. If the people do not know what you are doing, if it is shrouded in secrecy, well, I'm not saying that military issues should be made secret, all that, but the populace should be able to know that something is truly being done. Otherwise, there will be skepticism all around that the government is not doing anything. And so many Nigerians believe that government is not doing enough. And this is because government do not give the proper information and using the proper channel to make the people understand what they are doing, so that the people will then know where the problem is and begin to lend voice to it. There should be opinion. People should be able to, come in with ideas on what to do, because we have knowledgeable people in Nigeria who can make contributions that are worthwhile in the governance of this country.
Yes, that's quite absolutely. I quite agree with you. Government should disclose to the extent that this money belongs to the people, and the people deserve to know what is being budgeted for. Where we speak to secrecy is that we do not expect government to disclose security operations in terms of intelligence. So our position this morning is that as we beef up military equipments, we should equally see to it that the welfare of our combatants, men who are in front line, is well and adequately cared for. We should, at this point in time, be able to ensure our soldiers, they shouldn't be worried about welfare. It's paramount that as we continue to increase our kinetic ability and approach to confront insurgency, terrorism, and bandits, that our soldiers too are made comfortable to be able to stand as they fight for our nation.
All right, thank you very much on that. We go over to the Punch headlines. The Punch headline which says, states demand forensic audit of $8.8 billion. States demand forensic audit of $8.8 billion crude for loan deals. State governments across Nigeria have intensified their demand for a forensic audit of approximately $8.8 billion in crude for loan deals and swap arrangements managed by Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL.
All right, crude for loan and swap deals. A lot of things begin to run through my head. Immediately I saw these headlines, and here we're looking at the situation where the commissioners of finance of the various subnationals are beginning to feel that this deal or this arrangement undermines inflows into the federation account. And we're talking about NNPCL that has gone into this deal where they pledge about 272.500 barrel per day of crude oil in a series of deals, where we're equally being informed that on this deal, which is where they've borrowed about 8.86 billion US dollars, they've been able to repay only 2.61 billion US dollars, which is about 29 point something percent of this total credit facility, leaving about 70.6% of this amount, totaling 6.25 billion US dollars outstanding. And Mr. Rice, one may begin to wonder what legislative backing ensure that we entered into such deals. And again, this loan facility, what is it meant for? Is it to service our refineries? Is it for recurrent expenditure? Why is it not represented in the inflows to the federation account? Now that the various commissioners of finance from the states or the subnationals are beginning to question this and call for an audit or a legislative inquiry into this to ensure confidence. The word is confidence, and when we talk about confidence, the opposite is lack of it, meaning that these state commissioners, they have information at their disposal. Perhaps there is hanky-panky here. This deal, does it represent the interest of Nigeria moving forward?
Well, that is part of the responsibility bestowed on NNPCL as by the Petroleum Industry Act, PI. So, the Petroleum Industry Act, we are beginning to look at it from a perspective that it requires a lot of amendments. Sometimes the president had to write off a certain amount of money not remitted by the NNPC. And today, again, these things are affecting the federation accounts liquidity, that is the inflow of money in the federation account. And the states are looking at these things as being a kind of shortchange. The NNPC will hold a whole lot of money. And what they are doing with this money is, when you ask them, they will tell you they are doing this, they are empowered to do this, are empowered to do that. Remember, the last time the president had to sign this executive order to now ask that certain monies being withheld by the NNPC and other subsidiaries of NNPC, be transferred to the Federation account directly. You see, and they are beginning to cry foul as a result. So the NNPC is going for loan deals, and these loans are loans, some of which are being used by NNPC for the servicing and for drilling and for the management of these things. And these loans are not loans, that's why they don't go to Federation account to ask for monies for whatever thing they have to do. And then why should we be using petroleum as a kind of loan, swap?
Crude for
loan. You know, we have not been doing that, but most recently it is an idea that has come in, and Nigerians are beginning to see that it is not profitable to them. That's why we were talking about whenever there is going to be an amendment of the Constitution, and there's going to be an amendment of or a kind of Petroleum Act, because the PIA came through PIB, when the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was on seat. That was when they started it, and was passed after his administration. So if the PIA has certain things that are not good enough, the National Assembly should hurriedly look at those areas, those gray areas and lacunas created that has now been used as a conduit pipe to siphon the income of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to now amend it in such a way that it will be beneficial to Nigerians.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Gift, let me get your opinion on this.
When I heard this whole narrative, I was just laughing, because I was expecting this at some point. I just said, okay, what is going to be for Nigeria? Using exercising every opportunity as an avenue to, for their own gainful back pocket. And I think it's going to tell on us from years to years, like at a point where we cannot be able to account every details of our expenditures and everything that's going on in this country. So I think at that we will cry out for help.
All right, definitely there may be a time where we may begin to cry out for help in these whole issues. Yes.
So the Commissioner of Finance from the states are saying that there must be transparency in what they are doing right inside NNPCL, and whatever they are doing about revenues that is accruable to the Federation account, that there should be transparent. That's why they're now asking for a forensic audit, so that loan deals that are being done should be looked at. We are talking about forensic audit. It's just not an ordinary audit, so that you look at it critically and see if there are an underhand that is working there to siphon funds, so that their monies will come to them. The more money in the Federation account, the better for the states, the federative units to earn. And that's what that thing happened, when they had their
retreat,
and during their retreat, they called for that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. And our position here on Sunrise is that we lend our voice to the subnationals, commissioners of finance, and we call for total transparency, legislative inquiry, and approval if such deal are to stand. And also, we equally call for independent forensic audit of this whole transaction and deals so far.
All right, we go over to the Guardian newspaper headline, which says, how fatigue, poor accountability make medical mistake routine. How fatigue, poor accountability make medical mistakes routine. The Nigerian healthcare sector details how systemic burnout and a culture of silence have transformed medical errors from rare tragedies into routine occurrences, claiming an estimated 70,000 lives annually in Nigeria.
Fatigue, poor accountability, make medical mistake, routine.
Yes.
And this exposes a lot about Nigeria. There are days when, way back in the higher institution, and we look at the anomalies, around the then institution when we were there, and we'll say that this place reflects a microcosmic, is a microcosmic reflection of the larger society of Nigeria. And when you look at this headline, is a pointer to a whole lot of issues that are wrong in our nation. And speaking to healthcare, which equally is a place that one may want to see that the government should be able to declare state of emergency as well, as regards the poor quality of infrastructure available, the speaking to availability of even medical equipment, medicines. And in Nigeria, a lot of persons, Nigerian citizens, seems to pay for healthcare out of pocket more than the government is subsidizing healthcare in Nigeria. And when you take a look even at the medical practitioners, leading to why a lot of persons have raised the question, who heals the healer? Yes, the question is, who heals the healer? Yes. Because even the medical practitioners themselves are not spared of the decay in our society. But this morning, Mr. Rice, we are beaming a searchlight on the medical practitioners whose poor accountability in reporting of the mishaps in healthcare facilities around the nation due to burnout, due to inability of the state to provide the needed support or equipment, and unavailability of manpower, perhaps due to JAPA, has led to unreported cases which are being estimated to around 70,000 lives. We are losing some to insurgents. We are again at the healthcare, people are dying. Mr. Rice, let me get your opinion on this.
Okay, you see, in Nigeria, anything goes. I've always spoken to the issue of corruption. I've always spoken to nonchalance on the part of medical personnel in this country. The way they practice medicine in Nigeria is not the way they practice medicine when they travel outside Nigeria. Here in Nigeria, you difficultly see anybody that is a patient in the hospital that doesn't have his brother, sister, or any family relation staying at the hospital to look after that person. When we have nurses overseas, you don't have any such thing. The nurses take care of these patients inside out. But here in Nigeria, a nurse will tell you, go and get somebody to look after your ward or your whoever that is ill in the hospital. That's a patient in the hospital. No nurse does the job. So in such circumstance, people do not care. Sometimes they will meet. Sometimes some of them will be sleeping on desk, and patients will be in need of attention. And it doesn't happen. So also with doctors. Some doctors have had incision on people and left scissors and other equipment in the tummy of such person in Nigeria here. It has happened. Someone that Adiche's child died, not just most recently, as a result of nonchalance, as a result of no care. Then in terms of diagnosis, the doctors sometimes are not, are candid with themselves in terms of diagnosis. I know I had a nephew who was ill, was taken to a hospital here in Enugu, and they said they have to operate on the child, a nephew, a young person, on the child for appendicitis. Another doctor came in from somewhere and said the patient has to be taken to Abakaliki Center for Lassa fever. And this child is dying. And they took the child to Abakaliki. And the child stayed in Abakaliki, and the test for Lassa fever could not come out until about 2 days going to the 3rd day. Before that test came out, the child died in Abakaliki. Even in Abakaliki, other doctors came and told the other people, let us operate on this child for the child to live. They still refused. I'm talking my nephew. We were to go to court.
Sorry to cut in. Did you apply for medical inquest?
That's exactly, I was coming to that. Okay. The question you asked now is what else. So, and the child died. Then when the child died, we went and brought the test result. And behold, the child had no Lassa fever.
Hey.
So you see the level of, not working together, not understanding one another, not believing in some kind of expertise. Some people might be on top, and they believe that young ones who are good enough to get diagnosis right have not done so. That is the bigger, the elder consultants do not agree with them. And that's how we lost that child. Yes, we initially asked the hospital here, it's a teaching hospital here, we initially asked for an inquest, but at a point, one of our daddy asked us to leave everything to God.
Leave everything to God?
Yes, and that was how we caved in. For those of us who are in the media, we actually wanted to take it up, and so on. So I am trying to say that this situation has made a lot of people lose their lives in Nigeria. People are not cared for. People are not. A nurse, of course, I read a nurse could not omitted one of the drugs that was supposed to be given to a patient, and that resulted in some complications, and of course the patient died.
All right. Gift, let me come to you. We've seen Mr. R's narration of the anomaly going on in our medical facilities, but let me play a little bit of the devil's advocate here. Is it not possible that fatigue, burnout on the part of the medical practitioners could account for some of the neglects that we witness in our healthcare?
Yes, I was actually coming to this. I also play the devil counterpart here, because now I'm not actually taking off the whole blame from the medical practitioners here, but now at some certain point in time we see that Nigerian medical health sector is messed up. I use the word messed up. Now you see these doctors, for instance, they have like 20 or more patients to operate on. Now you don't expect one person to stand the whole day to operate. Why is it so? Overseas you see a medical surgeon have a dedicated patient. The duties are being shared, not one person taking the whole responsibility. Now you see there's something we call consolidation and encouragement into work duties. Now if there is enough, I use the word enough, sustainability in terms of giving them their own fee, proper fee. And you see these doctors, even with the tiredness and unwillingness and everything, you see them trying and putting more effort. This Japa syndrome we're experiencing in Nigeria is as a result of them not accurately being taken care of. Now you don't blame them for leaving the country. Then you see our main medical doctors leaving the country because they feel like that their job security and all is being taken care of over there than here. There's no job proper security here if you dilute this thing and dissect it very well. Now these doctors, when you talk about negligence, now you don't expect someone that is not anywhere will sit the whole day in a hospital. That's why overseas you see them, having shifts. When you see a nurse having the whole day to sit there, and you don't expect they are all human beings. Fatigue can always come in. All tiredness can always come in because they are human beings. They have exhausted the patient to sit down one place and on the patient to move around the whole day and take care of one person. And you see, when you say you bring in your loved ones to assist them, as the Nigerian system, what it has brought about, the government should take up the upper hand to bring in reliable qualification in terms of when it comes to scrutinizing their certificates, when they make this medical mistake. Now it is now on the fair part of government to now be like, yes, there have been this medical negligence and mistake. What is the actual cause of this? Now we have to take in our time and effort to scrutinize these people through educational level. Now you see that people will not, when it comes to, let me tell you something, in the school system, we have the arts, we have the sciences. Now the sciences where it has to relate to human life. There have to be proper time, and the work ethics and the work qualification should be high graded. Now you see people, that you see them struggle their way in secondary school, making it out big time in university, coming out and they call them doctors, maybe because they have the connection to bring themselves into that avenue. You see these people, when you vet, they are not even paying their work, but they will be like, what am I even doing there? They just do their way, they have their way. And you see them, when the result of their negligence coming, you see people backing their up. These are things, these are some certain factors we are fighting and combating in this country when it relates to medical health. So I feel that is no longer, basically, the whole body should not be on them, but it should be shared divided, because the government, a lot of things are contributing to this. And I think as we are human beings, we don't exonerate the fact that we get tired, we get exhausted, especially when there's no encouraging thing that will give up our efforts as being humans. I think this is the problem with this.
All right, let me get your opinion on this. Speaking to a lack of accountability, making it a routine for us to continue to see this abnormally continue to soar, such that we are witnessing or speculating that over 70,000 lives may have been lost annually in Nigeria.
Okay, well, first of all, I come from the aspect where in news yesterday, the Nigerian Medical Association, the leaders, I would say, have not really been concluded. The leadership has not really been concluded, and given the loopholes of the things that are happening and the direction of accountability, just as the question I was asked. Basically, losing the lives that have been lost, about 70,000 lives that are lost in Nigeria annually. When you look at it, you will see that it is lack of that same thing we're talking about, lack of strength for people to carry through in the things they are doing, and the government agencies not being able to checkmate properly the activities and the documentation of what is happening or what they should do in the hospitals. So medical doctors who are working, we already know that they are putting in their life, putting in their effort. The nurses, everyone is doing all they can, but the agency particularly should be more proactive in guiding and making it possible for them to be able to account for each thing they do. Basically, for them to know that they are being held accountable for any loss of life or anything that they do that didn't do well. So in their dispensation of drugs, in the way they handle the patient, because sometimes it's just because they have burnout now, so they will now be doing. No, let them know that they have to do it as they should do it.
All right, they have to do it as they should do it. But Mr. Rez, I would quickly come back to you. We're looking and analyzing these scenarios. One thing that is not in doubt is that it's a collective responsibility and a collective failure. But let's look at solution. How do we tackle this scenario?
Okay, we'll start from the most important aspects of medical practice. Our medical personnel should be finely, trained by the trainers. Then secondly, our hospital, government should be able to provide the equipment and the enabling environment for the practice of medicine in Nigeria. Otherwise, why are we having medical personnel going outside the country? And if we are talking about fatigue disease, there's no such stories about fatigue being the cause of these problems in the other world, in other places where they have gone to. So you find that it is just negligence, not just fatigue. Then Nigerian medical practitioners, well, I won't agree with Mr. Bodo that we have a limited number of medical personnel due to the fact that most of our well-trained medical personnel have left this country. Yes, I want to agree with that we need more recruitment, more trainings, but we must be trained because in overseas, doctors are not the head of hospitals. You have people who are trained in hospital management. They are not medical doctors. They take care of the hospital. The doctors are under them. They are the managers of the hospitals. So that somebody holds somebody accountable for whatever that person. So we are saying that the Nigerian Medical Association and Nigerian Medical Council, the council are the people that certify medical practitioners. And then the Medical Association are members of the medical practitioners who also censors themselves and see to the strict conformity of the established council ethics, so that you must conform to ethics, fundamental ethics of the practice of medicine in Nigeria. And who checks them? That is, who will bail the cat? Who checks these people when they're air? That's why these things are going on unabated. That is because nobody cares whose ox is God. So we are now asking that the government, in synergy with all the stakeholders, should tackle this particular problem alongside with many other shortfalls in our medical practice.
All right, thank you very much. Gift, let me get your suggestion, just one for want of time, on how we improve the system.
I think the best I could say for now is government coming in to make this healthcare sector very conducive for the doctors, so that they will be able to, function well.
Okay, good.
Well, I think we should also go through this same route you've said, where government will make things more conducive for them to work, and also looking into their welfare, basically. Like Mr. Uche asked that question, who takes care of the doctors? That is just what we need to look into. I think
their welfare,
yes,
right? Yeah,
yes.
That's quite up. But on that ground, we'll still call on Nigerians. We need to ask questions. We shouldn't just leave everything to God. There are questions should be asked when questions need to be asked. Beyond that, we look at the agencies like the Nigerian Medical Association, Nigerian Medical Council. We call on them to stand up, live up to their callings, and see that these institutions are monitored, that there should be accountability, where there should be proper investigation. Where there are infractions, there should be discipline. Such doctors should be disciplined, or medical practitioners, as the case may be. We therefore call on government agencies responsible for overseeing our health sector that it's time to stand up to their duties. Beyond the issue of budgeting, which in this year has not, in 2026 appropriation, has not gone beyond the 2.48 trillion that was budgeted for health sector in 2025. We should all put hands on deck and see that our healthcare sector is adequately catered for. We are all responsible, both Nigerians, the government, our medical practitioners and agencies. So all hands has to be on deck to say that we'll restore hope in our health sector.
All right, thank you very much on that. We go over to the Sun newspaper headline where we have 2027 drama in Senate as wave of defection continues. Drama in Senate as wave of defection continues. The Nigerian Senate witnessed high-stakes political theater this week as a tsunami of defections swept through the National Assembly, fundamentally altering the balance of power ahead of the 2027 general election.
Okay, let me quickly come to my good friend Rice. We are seeing Tambua, Abaribe, Kingibe, 6 other senators defecting as of yesterday, and the House of Reps too is not equally left out in this. But what's causing these sudden defections? Because they've been around for a while, and all of a sudden it's as if an alarm was set off, and we're witnessing defections, especially, and these defections majorly are into the ruling APC and the coalition ADC.
Yeah, this is because these persons that are in the parties from where they defected do not see the possibility of their running election through the platform of such parties. For instance, the PDP that's been plagued with a lot of courts and counter-court cases. So there's turmoil in the party, and anybody who is in PDP may lose running election if the person actually wants to seek re-election. So that is exactly why they have to do it. And they have specific time within which the nominations and all the necessary documentations has to be done through the party to Aneke. So that is why it was like they said, get set, everybody, and they all jumped into political party. But while these issues came up, the Senate was still trying to look at these people that are, defected, so that they will know if their defection is in tandem with the provisions of the Constitution. Do you understand? So, and in such case, people like Abaribe who left APGA, the Senate people rose up, brought out motions asking that if Tambua should leave APGA for ADC, then his seat will be vacant based on what the Constitution prescribed. But we are yet to understand whether there is turmoil or any other clause permits such defection. Otherwise, it will now take a court of competent jurisdiction to now give a vacation order to such person. So that is the situation in the Senate. And in the House of Reps too, is still the same thing. If you are defecting from any party and there's problem in that party at the national level, you have right to do so. So it's only people like Tambua that said that. So in Labour too, there was this issue about Labour Party having problem. But most recently, I think the Labour issue has been resolved. Or whether it is still rearing its head up, I don't know. But the defections have been done, and let us see what happens when the Senate reconvene for plenary next week.
All right. Just for academic purposes, the Constitution of Nigeria and the party guidelines is such that allows politicians to leave their party when there is a crisis in their political party. And in seeing Engineer Baribe's letter of defection from APGA, he is citing leadership, irreconcilable leadership crisis in APGA has made it impossible for him to continue to remain in APGA, necessitating the move to ADC, right?
Yeah, at some point, I feel like for me, I think it's not a problem of the ADC and the Labour Party thing, but it's about like when I was talking the other day, I said that if you see the Senate is constitute about the two-third majority, now you see that the APC has the upper hand, and it's actually affecting the subsidiary party in the system and making them their decisions very volatile. They can actually want to switch, like you made mention, them switching places and trying to, and the constitution made it possible for them. I feel like it's something that even if there is a reform towards this, it would avert so many things at some point.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. S, just in a nutshell, it's easy for our politicians to switch places. Just at the flip of fingers, you see them switch places. Does this give credence to lack of political ideologies?
Well, when you talk about ideological politics, I do not see ideology subsisting in Nigeria. If there is ideology, then you find out that many politicians will be moving the way they are moving. You see, we see a lot of movements from one political party to the other, even from those who have even sought for the presidential ticket. Even before Buhari became the president of Nigeria, he moved from one political party to the other until he became president. Even the P2B that's in ADC presently that's seeking for election as president has been in many political parties. So I do not know whether there is this ideology in Nigerian politics. Because if you go overseas, you see the Republicans are Republicans, the Democrats are Democrats, and they're always there, win or lose. Like I am an Arsenal fan, I'm a die-hard Arsenal fan, win or lose. You win us many times, 1 million times, I still remain an Arsenal fan. I won't discard Arsenal.
Anyway, minus your speech on Arsenal, I quite agree with everything you said in total, especially citing the Republicans and Democrats, but the part of Arsenal, I wish to one day convince you otherwise on that aspect, but your analysis is quite on point. But just a yes or no answer before we move on to the other issue here. Do you see P2B leaving ADC? Do you speculate? There
is no idea about anybody leaving any party after the primaries. But then, I wouldn't want you to be giving me a monosyllabic, an answer that has to be monosyllabic, because it does not give room for us to do give an insight to whatever we want to achieve in terms of explanation.
Okay, but do you imagine it possible that he may, at the end of the day, leave ADC?
The Electoral Act on its own did not give any such room. By the time the primaries are done, every politician is stuck where he is.
Before the primaries, do you see the possibility that he may leave ADC?
I do not.
You do not. All right. Good hope.
All right, thank you very much. Now finally to the Daily Trust, where we have power outage may worsen as gas supply drops. A looming crisis in Nigeria's energy sector as the national power grid faces imminent collapse due to a sharp decline in gas supply to generation companies, GenCos. This shortage threatens to plunge major parts of the country into prolonged darkness, exacerbating the already fragile electricity situation.
Mr. S, I will run to you because, like you always say, we are all witnesses to the whole power issue in Nigeria. Yes, even bankers that are known for being smartly dressed to work, people are saying they are unable to iron their clothes as things stand now. Here we are seeing that suppliers have reduced the amount of gas supply to thermal power plants, and it's estimated that these thermal power plants require upwards of 1 million standard cubic feet of gas per day to be able to function. Amid the the dams collapsing, Now is issue of supply shortage. When will it be a horror for the Nigerian power energy sector?
Well, the expectation is not close by. We have spoken about the money plunged into power supply in Nigeria. It has started from power production, transmission, and of course distribution. And we have had problem in this tray. Now it is power production. Production of power, we have only about 2,800 megawatts to a country that has a population of more than 290 people. And how do you expect 2,800 megawatts to supply electricity for utmost productivity? It is very, very unfair. We may not achieve power in the near. There's nothing that signifies, there's no indices, there's no indicators that we are going to achieve power production, power distribution, power transmission effectively in Nigeria in the nearest future.
But one of the things that we were promised during the campaigns into the life of this administration is that we are going to enjoy stable, steady power supply.
Yes, promises have been made. It is not just in the life of this administration. Promises have been made by the other administrations past. So these administrations past that have wound up could not actually achieve anything that has to do with power. Obasanjo took the issue of communication, and now at the end of the day, we can communicate in Nigeria. If he had taken power as much as he did in Asia, it would have been better than this. But now the subsequent administrations could not do anything. Instead, we have gone backward to what it were. They said they were generating 5,000 megawatts, 7,000 megawatts. Where is the 5,000? Now, gas, the LNG that is here, we have the road map for the plan to supply this gas to the power plants has been impossible. Why? Because we don't want to do anything right.
All right, so we don't want to do anything right. Gift, you're enjoying the power supply in Nigeria.
I just have two things to say, and one is we are being made a big joke in this country, starting from the current news where the president said Aso Rock will now, submerge to using solar as power. And I'm going to ask him, if Aso Rock, as it is trying to switch over to solar, we Nigerians, what's our fate? And that means I will always say electricity or tilo. And then you comparing it to other countries, we don't have 24 hours steady supply, but neighboring countries which we supply to, they celebrate constant electricity. And I'm saying this is the biggest two jokes of our country in Nigeria. The president trying to switch Aso Rock to solar and everything, and then we're supplying to other countries where we don't even have steady.
All right, our supply to those countries are based on security arrangements. But Good Hope, are you switching to solar since Aso Rock is switching to solar? And I say you are always ironing your clothes so you don't experience power outage.
Well, I do at some point. Just that whatever and however it will be for the nation to progress, I'm in for it. When it comes to power, solar, whatever that will make the administration function properly, that is good for us. Yes. All right, so this is where we call it a day on these editions of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. And also, this is where we are cutting short on the newspaper headline commentary. I am Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for doing this and waking up with us today. Yes.
And Mr. S, thank you for those in-depth analysis.
Thank you for having me. And for you, the viewer, keep watching Aneke TV. We will always make the discourse very incisive.
And do well to start planning to leave Arsenal Football Club as well. gift.
Yeah.
It's wonderful having you here on Sunrise this morning.
I can only say thank you to the viewer out there, and it has been a fun pledge, outdoor and exercise of opinions. And that's all I can say.
And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
The Osu-Ohu caste divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod held at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Under the theme, The Problem of Osu and Ohu in Our Communities and the Amadi Diala Linkage, Uniting God's Igbo Children, Njikozi Igbo Umochukwu. The gathering drew clergy, laity and traditional leaders into an honest confrontation with one of the region's most enduring social challenges. The Emeritus Archbishop of Owerri and the head of Owerri Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Anthony J.V. Obinna, delivered the landmark paper tracing the historical roots, distortions, and human rights implications of the caste system. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation by the Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly, noting that enforcement across Igbo states remains inconsistent. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The Archbishop outlined key social labels, Osu individuals historically dedicated to deities, Ohu, those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers, Amadi Diala, the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers, and Ume, a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Igbo, regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority, while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities, renounce derogatory attitudes and joke, confess past wrongs, resolve to end divisive practices, and embrace forgiveness rooted in love and humility. Only through sustained repentance, the Archbishop said, can Igbo break free from centuries of inherited prejudice. The Enugu Synod's engagement with the Osu Oru question represented a significant moment for Igbo society. By confronting discrimination openly, the Holy Ghost Cathedral has set a blueprint for reform, inspiring communities across Igbo land to uphold dignity, unity, and equality under God.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to The Insight. The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies helping to shape our nation. I am Uche Osai. The Southeast marches towards 2027 State of Illusion. APC governors locked in Tinubu's embrace. Peter Obi's fire beaming under elite defections. Voter party choking the streets, and Igbo presidential dreams defer to a distant 2035. No more fairy tales of tsunamis or zoning miracles. This is raw political reality, where strategic surrender battles grassroots defiance for the region's soul. Tonight, in a fearless one-on-one, veteran journalist Dr. Don Eze join us to confront Southeast 2027 political reality. Can the Southeast forge a real power from pragmatism? Or will fragmentation seal another decade of the margins? Let's dive in. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you one more time on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
How has it been? It's been a long time you were here.
Yes.
January.
It's true.
All right, Doc, coming back, let me get your opinion on what the 2027 election portends for Southeast.
Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that Southeast has done this. Everybody is fighting for his own pocket. Those who are supposed to be our leaders are not giving us well. That all depends on what they get. For us, it's a disaster. It's a doom for us, as it is now. We have only one person fighting for the Southeast, that is Peter Obi. But can we do it? Can we do anything? I don't think he can do any miracle.
Peter Obi is the one fighting for the Southeast.
That is the reality of the situation.
Wow, that's the reality of the situation. But Doc, okay, security has improved in recent months, with Southeast now safer than some zones in Nigeria. Yet, years of violence, sit-at-homes have rooted civic engagement, and from where you sit, what is the single biggest barrier to restoring political normalcy in Southeast?
Well, it's so that security has improved in the Southeast as it were, because Southeast are used to fighting for themselves, not for people from outside. What is happening here is the Southeast taking the bull by the horn, trying to fight their own way. That is the situation. Not that because anything has improved. Security has improved, yes, as it were, but there's still kidnappings going on. In Anambra State, there are still doing a lot of kidnappings. In Ebo State, the other day, one traditional was kidnapped and killed. And the police is now telling us that I have found the alleged kidnappers. I don't know whether it is true or not. The speculative is a kidnapper and murder. I don't know.
Okay, but when we look at the situation again, but politically, speaking to the reality of ground, is that there's so much apathy when Southeast is mentioned. There's so much political apathy. People in Southeast no longer want to participate. And I'm asking, what can one do to change this narrative from 2026 going into 2027?
How do you change the narrative? People have just maybe they have lost hope in the system. So people have lost hope in the system. What they are looking for is how to feed themselves, how to feed their stomach. Not that any government is doing anything for them. So there are a lot of, like you said, apathy because people no longer trust the system.
People no longer trust the system. People are after getting to feed.
Yes.
But part of feeding is dependent on the one who has the resources. And in Nigeria, the resources seems to be domiciled more in the center, for where it is decided who gets what, when, and how. And now one would want to think that the Igbos, who are so successful as business entrepreneurs, would be looking to change the narrative on who really controls those resources and where they stand with the allocation and distribution of resources.
They told us that everybody, they are going to APC because APC will help them. But I have seen that it's not doing anything. Do you know everybody is depending on himself, what is going to get, what is going to eat? Stomach infrastructure is based in the basic thing now, not because government is doing anything for them. The government we have, I don't know whether we can say they are after our interest. Most of them think about themselves. Situation, if you go to the market, yes, fruit is relatively cheap now, not because we are doing anything about it. The kidnapping is still there. Most people don't even go to farm because of fear of kidnappers. So the government we have, they are not helping us as it were. That is the problem we have.
The government is not helping us. Well, we are talking about the political reality of the Southeast. Over time, Southeast, speak to marginalization, and marginalization means Southeast rallying cry over time. They speak to no presidency since 1966. There are fewer states, and strategic ports are here as well. And I ask, is this narrative still accurate on that table, or has it become
more accurate on that table? Because if you see what is happening now, that's why, like I said before, the Southeast people have lost hope in the system. They're not, that's why they're not even interested in going to vote. If you see the voter apathy, you will see it very soon. People are not interested to vote because what are they voting for? Who are they voting for? If you check the people that are put in position of authority today in Nigeria, if you count 10 persons, only one person will come from Southeast. So what are they fighting for? And none of them are holding strategic positions. So as it were, things are not
yet.
No even talk of you.
Well,
nothing is hopelessness is our issue.
Okay, Doc, if we're looking at the APC now holds about 3 of the 5 states in Southeast, and they all, in one way or the other, especially the three states, endorses Tinubu as sole candidate. And governors like Peter Mbah of Enugu State and the Minister Umahi, they held the shift as being strategic, alignment to the center, and I ask, is this not really, realigning the power equation and positioning Southeast to be on the table? You have three states that is aligned with the center. You have Governor Peter Mbah, for example, who has become a key partner of the APC and the APC development strides in Nigeria. You have a minister, Umahi, and they all speak to those elements, and they speak to the fact that now we are aligned with its center.
What are they doing for us at the center? I don't know about their own interest. They told us that join APC because they want to align to with the center. What has the center done for us? Have they brought any good thing to us? What have they given us any security military positions? In the case of appointments, how many strategic ministers do we have? Only Umahi from Southeast. The other ones are attachment. Even the minister of state that was sacked. Then if you replace it with someone from Southwest, which is going to be skinned today or tomorrow. So why are they remove that woman and bring another person from Southwest to make him a minister? So what are we doing? To align ourselves to the center, because those who are leading us are after their interest.
They are after their interest, not the Igbo interest.
Not the Igbo interest.
But let me get your opinion or your position on the Igbo presidency.
As it were, I don't think there's hope as of today.
Okay.
There's no hope. Because who are all the people who are in the APC, all of them are shouting APC. So unless there's a miracle. I don't see any hope.
So the reality on ground is that Igbo presidency is not feasible in 2027.
I doubt.
So where does that leave somebody like Peter Obi? You speak eloquently about it.
Like I say, he's a ranger fighting for the interest of the people. But we are with him. Most of his brothers have disturbed him. And now he says the man should wait for how many years to come. But they don't carry it on him. So they will go to APC because APC will give the presidency. But what have they gotten from them? Then you look at the areas there. If they say they are going to APC because APC will give the new presidency.
Alright, so in other words, if I throw your line of argument, that means groups like Ohaneze Igbo are in order to shave 2027 Igbo presidency for 2035?
Where is Ohaneze Igbo?
Ohaneze is saying that the reality on ground is that Igbo presidency will be feasible from 2035.
That's why I said, where is Ohaneze Igbo? Do you know anything about them? Do you know anything about them? I don't only on pages of newspapers.
Only on pages of newspapers?
You don't see Ohaneze Igbo.
They represent the views of the Igbo.
Who are they representing there? Whose views are they representing? They don't represent any test. The other people go to the streets and ask them who is Ohaneze Igbo. What are they doing?
What are they doing?
Yes.
Okay, but the
Ohaneze Igbo is there. And our brothers rotting somewhere in jail. What have they done? What have they said about it? Our brother is rotting. They have sent him to jail. And the counterpart is to be singing the APC song. But our brother is rotting somewhere.
Maybe your brother has refused to sing the APC song.
How can most everybody sing APC song?
You don't believe everybody should stand on the mandate?
If you want to stay, you can stay. You can stand there. Not all of us will stand on that mandate. What are the mandate brought to us?
Okay, moving forward, Doc. We are talking about the reality of Igbo presidency now, and the Aneke, I did cite, speaking to 2035 being realistic, and at 2035, if President Bola Tinubu should win in 2027, 2035, power should be returned to the north. So there's no pathway to Igbo presidency.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be realistic. So look at they told us, look at what is the constitution in Nigeria. Southeast produced the first president after the after Obasanjo was president. After the
After Obasanjo?
After Obasanjo.
Yes, Ken Yaradua. Then we had the rise of Yaradua, we had Goodluck Jonathan.
After Jonathan.
Then Ken Buhari. Yes.
He went to the north.
Yes.
Then he came down to Obasanjo, to southwest again.
Yes. You now have Tinubu there.
You have to do Tinubu.
Yes.
So where is southeast there?
The power sharing is such that we have the north and the south. And when it comes to the south, the southwest seems to have taken the lead.
Yes. There used to be a tripod in Nigeria.
Okay.
East, west, and north.
So, Doc, let me now ask. Speaking to this tripod, it seems that there's no longer a tripod. So how do the Igbos lose out from that tripod?
Ask me. You don't know because some of them are selfish. Many of them are selfish. They are all looking for their own interests. But keep on remind you of that the last civil war. How long civil war? How many years has it ended? But nobody is near. Because after the north now, after Tinubu now, it will go to north. After the north, it will go to southwest. They keep on subtracting the southeast.
Should we blame here? Do we blame?
We blame ourselves.
The other regions.
We blame ourselves. We've not realized ourselves.
We've not realized ourselves.
Yes. We blame ourselves, not don't blame anybody.
Okay.
Because if you wish to acknowledge yourself, they don't acknowledge you. If you say I am, then you show that you am.
Alright, Doc, when one look at this issue, the main question here is that the Igbos are so successful everywhere they are. They are successful entrepreneurs, successful innovators. In academics, they are there. So how come it's been difficult for the Igbos in Nigeria to politically negotiate with other regions in Nigeria to at least be able to have political relevance or recognition as to be able to occupy the #1 seat?
That's what I'm saying. They refuse to acknowledge themselves. If you don't fight for your rights, nobody will fight for you. Power is not giving, it is taken. And how far have they tried to take power?
Okay, so if the status quo remains, and now we are saying that the reality on ground is that the Igbo presidency may not be feasible if there's no miracle come 2027.
Yes, no, I don't see where it is coming.
So, how do we need to realign if the Igbo presidency is not feasible? How do we need to stand?
With what? If you know that you are interested in business, let's go to business. Let's leave politics.
We should leave politics?
If you are not interested, because in politics, like I said, unless you say you are, nobody will say that you exist. So like as the southeast, the southwest and the northwest have decided to take the power themselves.
Okay. But Doc, it's still so worrisome that when giving the arrays of politicians that we have, beyond P2B, who again should we say the Igbos should trust forward, in going forward into 2027?
Who do you think that Igbo should be in force in 2027? Is there any other person that's fighting for the interest of the Igbo in 2027? Is there another person that's fighting for them? It is only the P2B man that is doing it, but he cannot do a miracle. He cannot kill himself. Even his own brother are shooting him down.
His own brothers are shooting him down?
But I got Solido. He see him shouting, fighting Spirit of me. A man who fights Spirit of me.
But everybody is protecting their own interests as well. The separatist is about interest.
Selfish interest.
Selfish.
By myself, my own.
P2B's interest is not equally about his own interest.
What interest is he fighting for? He's not fighting for that issue should remain non-relevant in politics. He's fighting for that there should be no minister of status in Southeast.
Okay, when we look at the reality on ground is that the Igbos have over time not been able to unify under one roof, such as we are seeing the alignment in APC. That's been one of the major factors that has made it impossible for us to be at the helm of affairs in Nigeria, that often tend to have a vote splitting across APC, PDP, LP, ABGA and ADC now in the fray. Should that be the right cue? Splitting our votes, or rather coming into stand on one single mandate?
As it is, Igbo is not as much fighting for relevance, except that very few individuals like a P2B that's fighting for relevance. Others are selfish interests. I've not seen them doing anything to salvage the problem in Southeast.
It's not doing anything to salvage the interest in Southeast. Okay, Doc, let me track back a bit. It's worrisome that when you speak to voter party, the youth in Southeast, seems to be the primary focal point here. They do not want to participate. There is PVCs are ignored, and it's worrisome that the younger generation coming on board are losing interest fast. And if things continue to go that way, you understand, there will be an Igbo representation in the future. If the likes of the P2B that you talk about, even the Umaris and the Peter Buff, if they all leave the stage tomorrow, there may not be veritable Igbo youth to take over from them.
Those who are there in the politics have done anything to help the Southeast. That's why many people are losing. It's not only the youths that are apathetic in politics. Most of the older people, what are you voting for? What are you voting for? That's why many people are not interested in going to vote. Doing anything but vote. But then after voting, they will not allow you to vote the thing. They are look at another person. If you know what happened in 2023, you're not fit to do the wonders. But what happened after voting? The vote will not count. So what are you voting for? Why are you going to stay under the sun to say you are voting for anybody? Or under the rain and say you are voting for anyone? There are no hope. So it is hopelessness in the system.
Nobody is interested in the system.
So,
Doc, how do we change this narrative? Because we need to participate. How do we change the narrative?
The selfish people are not allowing us to do it.
The selfish people?
Those who are selfish. They're not allowing you try to do anything, many things to change the system. They'll counter it. They'll thwart it. They'll not allow you to do what is meaningful. I don't see any hope as it were.
No hope as it were.
I don't think.
All right, let's look at this whole issue of Electoral Act 2026. at a stage where with the electoral amendments there are new rules of engagement amongst the political party, and I want to ask, does this new electoral amendment acts and stipulations and guidelines for political party, does it favor the ruling party more than it favors even the coalition and other political parties?
It's called coalition have denounced that military act. ADC say that was part of it. APC, LP, it's the same thing. The PDP, the same thing. It's only the ADC, PDP that is selling the so-called electoral act. Something that was part of it was part of it to bring the president signing to law. Once hurry, the pastors go the electoral act into law.
Okay, but looking at the whole scenario now as it is, they must participate.
Who?
The political parties have to participate as well.
They said it. Even if it's only 10 persons that are voting, you don't have to have FCC election. How many voted? People have young boys who are playing football. Those who are just watching television, nobody was tested. Check the percentage of participation. You know, it's not it's no election that is going on in Nigeria.
It's no election.
It's not an election.
But so far, APC is earning about 90% of South.
How many votes?
90% of Southeast votes for Tinubu.
That is let me come and vote.
These votes, APC is expecting, given the level of defections in Southeast, APC.
Go to the APC. They're not Igbo people. They're not Igbo people. Because the other Igbo people are not interested in this type of doing.
Who are the real Igbo people you speak to?
Go to the market. Go to the streets. Go ask them what is happening in Nigeria.
Doc, we've seen, for example, we've seen party registrations, digital registration, and these were successfully
manipulated registration.
Allegedly.
What is allegedly? But maybe I know people who are giving money to go and register. But people are paid to register.
So, but if people took this money and register, they become members of.
They're not members. They get money to just register anybody who's listening on the state. They're not members of the actual voters. The actual voters are not there.
So, in essence, Doc, what you're trying to say is that the APC cannot and will not be able to get about 90% of Southeast votes.
How do they give that Tinubu 20% of votes? What have Tinubu done for us? Why are we voting for Tinubu? What have Tinubu got to do? It's not actual. If you want to do the actual voting, it's not for Tinubu. Also, Southeast will never vote for Tinubu. In the real sense of it.
Will never vote for Tinubu.
In the real sense of it.
Even with what he is doing for the Southeast.
Like what?
In terms of Southeast Development Commission.
Where is it? And the pages of newspaper.
They had an engagement in Enugu recently where the Vice President was here.
And did what?
The governors of Southeast.
What are the strategic what are the what have they done for Southeast? They just Vice President came and left. What projects are they carrying out in Southeast? No one.
No, but they are speaking to a railway development system.
Have they done that? Southeast has no railway.
Just conceived under the present administration.
Conceived.
There was nothing like a Southeast Development Commission before. It's only possible for the Southeast.
Where is it on the ground?
They are just taking off.
After how many years? This is 40 years. They got after almost 40 years. The administration in the ground.
Now 4 years administration as against the PDP that has spent over a decade in power. They never got any development commission.
The development commission is what? The development commission is what? What have they done? You know the projects that have started and the projects the commission did.
No, what I'm saying, Doc, is that this commission initiative has just been developed, and road is activated. They've taken off with the forum that was engaged in here in Enugu State, where the governors came to pledge support, and there's a roadmap for development of Southeast.
Forget about all those political statements, political engagements. Then they talk of Ogoni, clean up of Ogoni. They're still talking of clean up of Ogoni. How many years? Forget about all this they tell us. Let it be on the ground. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are Southeast development question? Where is the fight?
Even do we blame President Tinubu?
The government is a continuity. Whether Tinubu or not Tinubu, what have they done? Name one project they are working on. One project, no one. Look at go to north. Yes, go to west.
Mr. President, Doc, Mr. President has said that they've made more funds available at the subnationals. Southeast state governors are receiving more money, more allocation than before, and your governor in Enugu State is performing.
They are owing us, those who work in Enugu State. They are not paying them the gratuities.
They have paid the gratuity.
None of them are a new age person. What have they done? What project have gone on in Enugu State?
No, but we've seen roads.
Which road?
We've seen road we've seen hotel presidential that's been revived. We've seen new conference centers. We've seen new bus terminals. So they are going on. There are new hospitals.
Have you seen the divisions on the bank? Have you known about how bus people after tax? She asked about it.
But from the task, they say the developments are being carried out.
Every state is aiming domestic debt. I don't want to go to every state politics.
Okay.
So don't go to that fight.
Alright, now let's go back. The reality on ground, and I want to ask, are we seeing a situation where P2B will be able to garner the grassroots votes like he did in 2023? In Southeast Nigeria, because everybody seems to be aligned with the APC. Majority of the people are now standing on the mandate.
Those who are standing on the mandate are those who are after their interest.
So what other interest should it be?
Interest of the people is paramount, not interest of the few elites.
Okay, Doc, let's move away from script. This interest of the people. When you speak about the interest of the people, what is this interest about? Because one thing that you and I have agreed on is that the Igbo presidency is not realistic come 2027. So what other interest do we speak of?
What is the problem of Southeast? The Southeast people, they should have a say in government. They don't have any say in government. They don't have any say in government. You know, part of that shows something, say, like I said before, we have 5 ministers, only 5 ministers, but only one has strategic position. Others are attachment, Minister of State. And Southeast has only one strategic minister. Go to Southwest, they have like up to 8 to 9 ministers. Why?
But one may argue that these things have been bettered for Southeasterners under Tinubu compared to against me.
They are different things. Buhari and Tinubu are different. Buhari say that we are thus on the circle. Tinubu are not pronounced that, but he's doing what that in the circle. Why is he marginalizing the Southeast? Why is he using only one?
Are you saying that he's fulfilling his promise to give you crumbs of bread if you do not vote for him? So perhaps
obviously he's doing that.
So perhaps that's why we are seeing more people aligning to the mandate. So people are aligning,
that
will be brought to Southeast.
For what? To do what?
People align on the mandate. People are being aligned on the mandate.
How many of them? How many of them are doing that in their out of their in the heart? In the heart.
I listened to the governor of Enugu State the day he joined.
Don't mention all these governors. Mention us. Who are the people? Forget about the governors. That's a minister, governors. We are the people that's better, that should be considered. Not because we give the temple one to seem like a Kennedy. What's that?
Alright, Doc, on that note, we've got a short break. When we return, we'll continue this conversation.
Okay.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the good mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is God. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
in-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching The Insight, and many thanks for staying with us. I'm going to be discussing with Dr. Don Eze, who is a veteran journalist, and we're looking at the Southeast 2027 political reality. Doc, it's been a pleasure, talking with you, and we've been on the issue of people standing on the mandate, and you say I should move away from the governors and political office holders who are singing on your mandate to the people. But I want to ask you, given the reality on ground that perhaps 2027 is no longer feasible for Igbo presidency, is it not time that we should align with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at least to negotiate what would be accruing to Southeast in terms of benefits?
What's the term of negotiation?
It's time for us to agree, since where perhaps we have the reality is that Enugu State is APC, all the local governments in Enugu State. In Imo State, the reality is that Imo is APC. When you go to Imo State, it's still same reality. And it's no secret that Anambra is aligned on the mandate as well. Let's leave Abia State, perhaps by tomorrow. Abia State may equally be standing on the mandate because the Deputy Speaker, Carlo, has been pushing for Abia State to, sing same song. And I ask, is it not better now that the majority of the states officially is on the mandate that we should be able to negotiate a better outcome for Southeast moving forward from 2027?
I'm still asking, what are the terms of negotiation? What do you ask them to do for us?
You said that you speak to lack of development in Southeast. Perhaps those are the issues, that things that we can negotiate. You spoke to ministers, giving us lesser ministers. Perhaps those are the things that we should negotiate about.
Yes. Have they been able to do those things?
That's what I'm saying. That should be a better way.
It's not thinking about mandate that is the issue. Thinking about what give us our own right. The Southeast need the right. We don't beg for anything. Good enough. God is kind to us. They are very hard-working people. They are enterprising. They don't even, if you place them anywhere, they will find their feet. But people to ask, give a political recognition that we can do this. But party, like I said, power is not given. We cannot wait for Tinubu to come over Abuja and give anything. He will not do it. If you hope Tinubu will give you anything, he will not do anything. He just thought it as anything. He doesn't like, because if the issue was the receivers, the Igbo and the Yoruba are fighting themselves. They are in competition. How how do you allow your enemy to come and look at what they are doing to us in Lagos? After they will they come and demolish the entire place. They don't allow Igbos in Lagos to have their stay. But and they expect people to come and start pampering us. We can never do that.
But the Igbos are still investing in Lagos.
Yes, they are doing that.
So what stops them from Southeast? What stops them from coming to put the business in Southeast?
That's a this sensation. We need to understand. Look at maybe. Before you set up any industry in Lagos, you must have to put it in a community. It's such a thing, yeah. Because if they live here, if you the jungle of Lagos, they will after the windows, the doors of the bullshit. And you think that you are friends. How do you think that they can never stand with you? In the sort of situation, they can never work for you.
Okay. Now, let's take a look at the political parties. And when you check it, the reality of ground is that APC is dominant in Southeast. But let's look at the
those who are holding political positions are dominate in Southeast. Okay. They go to the grassroots. People vote unless they give a bribe or this what they call
inducement.
Inducement. A true person are not voting for APC.
Okay. Now let's agree that the true Igbo people, the people on ground or people that matter, like you say, who are in the marketplaces and other areas, now move to other political parties away from APC. Which other political parties?
They have destroyed, these people have destroyed all political parties in Nigeria. Don't think that these people are the camp are being out of their hearts. But to throw all political parties, look at the case of APC, the case of LP, he's trying to kill LDC. This is he uses the money to bribe all these political leaders, all the governors. They say each governor was given 250 million naira, $1 billion naira to do that.
Allegedly?
Yes, you can say allegedly, but it is, they are not decamping out of their heart.
They are not decamping out of their heart.
They are not decamping out of their heart.
Now, given what the position you are taking, what are the chances of ADC as a coalition party going forward?
ADC, I don't think they have a future as far as this religion is concerned.
They don't have a future.
It's a coalition. How many of them are true members of Aneke is fighting for his interest? Peter is on his other side. Aneke is fighting his own side. But if they could come together as a force, they can defeat the APC. But the issue is that same selfish interest. Aneke knows that if he allows people to get hold of ADC, that's why the APC is fighting Peter Obi. They know Peter Obi is very, very, very hard worker, very dangerous. They fear him than Aneke.
They fear Peter Obi more than they fear
Aneke. But because Aneke believes he can use money to buy very few delegates, then you get all the votes. But if there be consensus, put all the cards on the table, who is going to Peter Obi will win. And if people lose the presidency, Tinubu will win. All these people are political governors who will not do anything.
If Peter Obi wins the presidency, Tinubu will run away. Why?
He defeated Tinubu. Defeat Tinubu. It's not bribe.
Okay.
I think it's after bribe to win the delegates. People are not prepared to spend money.
But do you see the possibility that Peter Obi may leave ADC?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't say anything.
The way you experience and the way things are going around the ADC, you've spoken to an Aneke that is on his own personal interest, an article that is hell-bent on being the front runner in ADC. Is there a possibility that you see people be leaving ADC?
People will leave if article uses his own magic wand by not allowing to contest the presidency.
Okay.
Because article knows how to win. He can win primaries, but he cannot win presidency.
He can win primaries, he cannot win presidency. Peter B cannot win primaries, but he can a claim on the presidential contest.
If I allow consensus, if I allow people to vote to put they know very well, Peter B will do wonders in ADC.
He will do wonders in ADC. Yes. But the way things are, things I don't think are standing in his favor. There may not be that 2023 wave again.
They may not. We really know, because there's still time.
Are you seeing, for example, the North aligning with P2B when they know that after Tinubu, who is going for just a single term, that they can return to power?
P2B I think it's a bit of this single term. But they probably now fighting the North seriously, or the anything like Malawi is in detention. Elifai is in detention.
Yes, I was going to get your opinion on those issues. Because now that you brought it.
By using them, they are feeling that what incapacitating them. Those people who are, they think that they hold not. If they destroy Elifai, destroy Malawi, they feel they can get the honors.
They feel they can go get the honors.
Yes.
But the incarceration of someone like Elifai, does it in any way detract from P2B's ambition? Will it affect P2B's ambition in any way?
No, it may not.
It may not. Okay. But generally speaking, what is your view on Elifai's incarceration?
Everything is politically motivated.
Politically motivated?
Yes. Because I feel that these people are dangerous to them. If they don't have to get to P2B, maybe they have done everything, they are not able to get him. So they now know what I mean. Elifai, they have collected the cupboard, and they know that whatever advice I call that Ribadu and the fire.
ONSA, yeah, Ribadu.
And her enemies. Ribadu has eye in president in 2031. Yes. So you know that if after Tinubu he got to get it. So the man we want to deal with Elifai to make sure that he doesn't get his right.
What about Malami?
The same thing. You know, Malawi was contending for governor of Kebbi State.
Okay. So when we speak to political heavyweights, right? Eastern Nigeria used to be one of the places that thrust up political heavyweights. We've had someone like late Chubo Kadibo, holding sway. We had the late Otan Zeribe. We've had the late Emmanuel over Sanyem, who is still active, and I have joined them now. How come there seems to be, when we talk about political heavyweights in Nigeria, now the Eastern Nigeria seems to be lagging behind?
Because they are standing on the mandate.
Because they are standing on the mandate.
Now on the mandate, they are not with us.
All right, Doc. On a final note, what is the right thing to do and what is the right way to go for the Southeasterners, especially as we look forward to 2027?
Like I said before, it will be a miracle for Southeast to win the praise, even to come together. They don't even come together. This man, is still online. The man, what do you call
Hope Uzodinma?
Hope Uzodinma is the man. So Southeast, those who are came to lead us. Why should they allow the Kano to continue to rot in detention? Have you seen any of them raise any voice to say, this is my brother, why are you allowing to continue to run in the jail? Have any of them, from Hope Uzodinma to Mahi, to the deputy secretary of representative, they have made everything. In fact, they are the people who are holding Nnamdi Kanu.
But it's the court that sentenced him to
which court? Court is people by human beings. Why did the court allow Igboho to go out? Tell them, why did the court sentence him? All the people, like I said, this one was yesterday, the Bini, and all the people are Boko Haram, government made them and made their location. Why are they difficult for them to fight Boko Haram? They know, this man said yesterday, that all the people that in Boko Haram, government knows them. Government knows where they are. Government how to get them. But are they spirits? Boko Haram, are they spirits?
But Doc, so what you're telling me now is that Nnamdi Kanu would be a defining factor of Igbo politics and Igbo relevance in Nigerian politics going into 2020.
Football is prepared ground to say he has already.
So if you're listening, perhaps every other person should be able to stand on the mandate.
They have to stay, even if they Nnamdi Kanu tomorrow, it will not make many of us to go that mandate. It will not. That's why I'm afraid of him. That's why they're not Nnamdi Kanu will not start on that mandate.
But you see President Tinubu releasing him for 2027.
He may try, but Nnamdi Kanu will not accept their terms. They must have given terms which he refused to accept.
Allegedly.
What terms are that given him?
No, we are saying that because we do not have the facts available that they've approached him.
They have approached him. How is that not assured? IPC said the other day, 2 days ago, it's yesterday, that what I is not being investigated. Why are they here? Because I know that there was a deal between Omotoso and the people who are holding Nnamdi Kanu.
Omotoso speak justice. Omotoso you speak to?
Huh? Yeah, yesterday.
Yes.
But the ICPC says that too. There must be a scratch, something that happened. They say that too.
Alright, Doc, finally, what is the way forward for Southeast?
God is the final determinant. If God says that, somebody like Jonathan, nobody knew he was going to be a president. It was God determines. And God's right time. So, miracle happen in Southeast.
Doc, what you're advising is that the Southeasterners should just wait for miracle to happen.
You try, then they say that so you have to do something. Then God will do the rest.
So what is it that we should be doing now so God will now help?
Let us join all this bandwagon thing. This bandwagon. Because people are, if you go talk to people on the streets, you know that people are not on that mandate, not under that mandate. The heart of people, but they can deceive you, they can do something, they can give them people money, they will start talking of mandates. But out of their hearts, they are not of them.
Okay. Alright, Dr. Don Eze is a veteran journalist and is giving your fleeting dissection of Southeast 2027 crossroads. No illusion, course to the bone. As the insight closes, Southeast Easterners face a stark choice: pragmatic alliance for leverage or perpetual margins through apathy and division. Doc, thank you for illuminating the path ahead.
Thank you.
Viewers.
God bless you.
And you are wonderful viewers.
Thank you.
The power is yours. What will you do with it? Till we meet same time, same station. I'm Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling
Good afternoon and welcome to news around the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Federal government launches nationwide monitoring to shield consumers from price exploitation. Plateau State health authorities warn over surge in glaucoma cases. Details of the news. The federal government has begun a nationwide monitoring operation to prevent businesses from exploiting the ongoing Middle East crisis to arbitrarily increase commodity prices. The initiative is being coordinated by the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Tunji Bello, disclosed that monitoring teams are already tracking pricing patterns across major markets and supply chains nationwide. He explained that while the Commission currently views recent price fluctuations as temporary reactions to global uncertainty, any organization found engaging in exploitative pricing or market manipulation will face strict regulatory actions. The FCCPC also revealed that Nigeria consumers could recover more than 10 billion naira through formally lodged complaints, noting that over 9,000 cases were resolved in late 2025. Bello urged citizens to report unfair practices through official channels to ensure refunds, repairs, and fair treatment from service providers. The House of Representatives has commenced an investigation into the potential health risks associated with locally fabricated grinding machines widely used in Nigerian markets. The probe followed a motion sponsored by Wale Raji, representing Epe Federal Constituency, after research findings raised concerns about possible food contamination from locally produced equipment. According to studies by the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, Oshodi, some machines may release toxic heavy metals such as lead, copper, and nickel into staple foods, including tomatoes, pepper, and onions during processing. Lawmakers noted that prolonged exposure to such contaminants could contribute to rising cases of kidney failure, liver damage, and cardiovascular diseases. The House has therefore resolved to review regulatory mechanisms and strengthen certification standards for locally manufactured food processing equipment. Nigeria continues to face significant food security challenges as post-harvest losses remain high across major agricultural value chains. Stakeholders estimate that up to 50% of produce in the key commercial centers, such as Lagos, is lost before reaching consumers due to weak storage systems, poor transportation, and fragmented smallholder farming structures. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning Abubakar Bagudu says the federal government is promoting coordinated commercial farming and mechanization to address inefficiencies in the supply chain. Government plans include establishing aggregation hubs and deploying rapid processing technologies within the cassava value chain, which currently records about 40% post-harvest losses. The initiative is also expected to support bioethanol production and strengthen farmers' income while reducing energy imports. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu has paid tribute to his predecessor during a pulling out ceremony held at the force headquarters in Abuja. The ceremony marked the formal retirement of former Inspector General Kayode Ebotokon after years of service in the Nigerian police. Disuk recalled that their professional relationship dating back to their service under President Bola Tinubu during his tenure as governor of Lagos State, where Ibotokun served as chief security officer and Disu as aide-de-camp. Ibotokun highlighted achievements during his tenure, including upgrades to the Police Intelligence Bureau, expansion of the Cybercrime Center, and the establishment of the Special Intervention Squad. Disu pledged to sustain ongoing reforms and strengthen professionalism within the force. The National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons has launched an investigation after intercepting 2 suspected traffickers attempting to move 4 minors through Nasarawa State. The suspects, identified as Asabi Bedan, aged 33, and Kaupunia Ogyafen, aged 40, were arrested in Karu local government area by operatives of the Department of State Services. Nasarawa State Commandant of NAPTIP, Saadatu Galadima, said preliminary investigations suggest the suspects may be linked to a larger network responsible for trafficking more than 20 children from Adawa State to locations in Lagos and Edo. The agency says investigations are ongoing to dismantle the trafficking network while urging parents and guardians to remain vigilant and promptly report suspicious movement involving children. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has issued a public health advisory warning of a high risk of cerebrospinal meningitis outbreaks in 11 states across northern Nigeria. The states identified include Sokoto State, Zamfara State, Kebbi State, Kaduna State, Kano State, Jigawa State, Adamawa State, Gombe State, Bauchi State, Yobe State, and Borno State. The agency attributed the heightened risk to dry and dusty atmospheric conditions combined with poor ventilation, which create favorable conditions for the spread of Neisseria meningitis bacteria through respiratory droplets. Residents in the affected areas are advised to observe preventive measures including vaccination, improve hygiene, and avoid overcrowded environments. Health authorities also urge early medical attention for symptoms such as high fever, neck stiffness, and severe headaches. The Nasarawa State Health Insurance Agency has recorded significant progress in expanding healthcare coverage across the state. Executive Secretary of the agency, Yahya Obam, says enrollment in the state health insurance scheme has risen from 0 in 2019 to more than 351,000 residents. Beneficiaries now access healthcare services through 268 accredited facilities located across the 13 local government areas of Nasarawa State. Dr. Obam urged healthcare providers to maintain professional standards to sustain public confidence while calling out well-to-do citizens to support vulnerable residents by sponsoring insurance premium for the indigent. If you're watching Aneke TV news across the country, remember you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government urges Nigerians to report unfair pricing amid global crisis. Coming up shortly, Plateau residents are advised to undertake regular eye checks for glaucoma. We'll be right back.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Plateau State health authorities have raised concerns over a rising incidence of glaucoma, revealing that more than 4,000 residents were treated for the condition in 2025. Health Commissioner Dr. Nicholas Bamlong said the disease, often referred to as the silent thief of sight, now affects approximately 5% of the state's population. Glaucoma accounts for nearly 17% of blindness cases in Plateau, though a large portion of patients remain unaware of their condition. Medical experts note that Africans are 8 times more susceptible to glaucoma than Caucasians. Professor Perpetua Odubo from the University of Jos stated that while glaucoma is genetic and cannot be fully prevented, early detection and consistent pressure management can avert permanent blindness. Health stakeholders are advocating for stronger collaboration between government and community health programs. They called for regular eye screenings, public awareness campaigns, and affordable treatment options to reduce preventable vision loss across the state. Taraba State University is on track to resume academic activities following a financial intervention by Governor Abu Kefas. During a visit to Jalingo campus, the governor approved 3 billion naira to settle long-standing staff entitlements, releasing an initial 200 million naira immediately and committing to monthly disbursements of 100 million naira starting April until arrears are cleared. The governor signed the disbursement documents in the presence of union leaders, signaling a cooperative approach to ending the protracted industrial action. Joint Action Committee representatives and ASU are scheduled to review the offer in Congress before making a final decision on strike suspension. Campus sources report optimism among staff and students with expectations of a swift return to classrooms. Observers note the intervention may stabilize the academic calendar and prevent further disruptions to the institution's operations. Adamu Abubakar, former Adamawa State Commissioner and son of ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has officially joined the African Democratic Congress. He completed online registration hours after resigning from the People's Democratic Party. Adamu urged supporters and well-wishers to follow his registration with the ADC, describing the move as strategic for advancing good governance and national development. The defection marks a significant family alignment towards the ADC, coinciding with preparations for the 2027 presidential election. Political analysts say the shift could influence party dynamics and voter perceptions in Adamawa State and nationally. A federal high court in Abuja has granted the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission permission to conduct a forensic analysis of digital devices seized from former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. Justice Joyce Abdulmalik authorized access to storage drives, Samsung, Apple, BlackBerry and Nokia devices, covering messages, call logs and photos and social media data. El-Rufai has filed a 1 billion naira lawsuit claiming the seizure violated his privacy and fundamental rights, seeking immediate return of the devices. The ICPC, supported by the Nigerian police force, maintains the operation is backed by a valid warrant and credible petition. Legal observers describe the case as a high-stakes digital probe amid broader investigations involving El-Rufai. The outcome may set precedent for handling electronic evidence in anti-corruption enforcement. Nigeria's maritime sector faces economic pressure after MSC Shipping Company imposed a war risk surcharge of up to $4,000 on shipments to West Africa effective March 5th. The fees primarily affect cargoes from the Arabian Peninsula and Gulf nations, with refrigerated containers carrying food and medicines most heavily impacted. Industry experts warn surcharge will increase import costs across Nigeria, potentially inflating consumer prices, disrupting supply chains, and affecting manufacturing. Shipping companies report longer coastal routes around the Cape of Good Hope, while insurance premiums rise sharply. Manufacturers and freight forwarders are calling for urgent federal government intervention to prevent job losses, maintain international competitiveness, and protect consumers from rising living costs. The Nigerian naira continued its recovery against the United States dollar, closing at 1,370 naira in the official foreign exchange market, up to 4 naira from Wednesday, according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Analysts link the gain to improved market liquidity. Parallel market rates also show gradual strengthening, with the dollar trading between 1,420 naira for buying and 1,450 naira for selling in major hubs including Lagos, Kano and Abuja. Financial observers suggest the dual market appreciation signals a potential stabilization and recovery of the naira across both formal and informal exchange channels. Now in sports, Nigerian midfielder Tochukwu Nnadi has named former Chelsea and French World Cup midfielder N'Golo Kante as his idol following his €6 million transfer to Olympique de Marseille from Belgium side Zulte Waregem. At 22, Nnadi is establishing himself as a key talent in League One, known for tactical intelligence and high-energy pressing. Coach Habib Bayer praised the midfielder's physical impact and composure on the ball. Nnadi cited his call-up to the Super Eagles for the 2025 AFCON as a career highlight. He is expected to feature prominently in Marseille's upcoming matches, including a home fixture against AJ Auxerre. Still in sports, Premier League clubs Arsenal and Manchester United are preparing a major summer bidding war for Victor Osimhen, with reports suggesting the transfer could reach 140 million euros. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta considers Osimhen a key solution to the club's attacking challenges, while Manchester United's leadership, guided by legends including Rio Ferdinand, is reportedly keen to secure the striker. Osimhen recently delivered the winning assist in Galatasaray's 1-0 Champions League victory over Liverpool, bringing his season tally to 18 goals and 6 assists. The striker's market value has soared following his permanent transfer to Galatasaray for 75 million euros last year. American boxer and YouTuber Jake Paul has been ruled out of the competition until 2027 after complications in recovery from a double jaw fracture sustained against Anthony Joshua in December 2025. Titanium plates loosened, requiring corrective surgery in February. Paul plans to move to the cruiserweight division once recovered, while Joshua is undergoing rehabilitation following a car accident in December that killed 2 associates. Promoter Eddie Hearn says Joshua aims for a July return to reclaim dominance in the heavyweight division. Both fighters remain under close medical supervision to ensure safe recovery. Now in entertainment, a viral clip from the launch of Tiwa Savage's Music Foundation shows media personality Toki Makinwa and businessman Prince Adeshogun Aremu Oniru in a brief interaction that has sparked social media discussion. Observers noted a friendly gesture towards the prince and Makinwa's notable side-eye reaction, generating speculation about their exchange. The footage has been widely shared with commentary on body language and Makinwa's personal history since her 2016 divorce. Despite the online attention, Toki Makinwa continues professional engagement and maintains public focus on her media and business projects, remaining unfazed by the viral moment. Tanzanian musician Juma Jux celebrated the 25th birthday of Nigerian influencer and entrepreneur Priscilla Ujo with a public message of affection. Sharing a video online, Jux highlighted Priscilla's role as a wife, mother, and businesswoman, stating that no material gift could match her value. The couple recently marked their first wedding anniversary and have publicly shared multiple celebrations spanning Tanzania and Nigeria. Jux emphasized a future filled with continuous blessings for Priscilla, reaffirming their status as high-profile African couple admired across East and West Africa. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has launched a nationwide monitoring operation to prevent businesses from exploiting the ongoing Middle East crisis to increase commodity prices arbitrarily. Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Tunji Bello, stated that teams are tracking pricing patterns across major markets to detect unjustified or coordinated hikes. Bello emphasized that while some market fluctuations are temporary reactions, any company found taking advantage of the global situation for excessive profit will face strict regulatory action. Plateau State health authorities have increased the alarm over increasing cases of glaucoma, revealing that over 4,000 residents were treated for the condition in 2025 alone. Health Commissioner Dr. Nicholas Bamlong said the silent thief of sight affects roughly 5% of the state population and accounts for nearly 17% of blindness cases, though most patients remain unaware of their condition. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidimma Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's march towards the 2027 general elections is more than a routine democratic cycle. It is shaping up to be a defining test of institutional maturity, political culture, and national cohesion. Elections in Nigeria have historically served as mirrors reflecting both progress and persistent fault lines. As political actors reposition and citizens recalibrate expectations, the stakes are unmistakably high. The 2027 will not simply be about leadership transition, it will be about whether Africa's most populous nation can consolidate democratic credibility, deepen governance accountability, and manage intensifying socio-economic pressures without destabilizing its fragile political equilibrium. Public expectations heading into 2027 are likely to be unusually elevated, driven less by campaign rhetoric and more by lived realities. Chief among these is the demand for economic stability and opportunity. Inflationary pressures, currency volatility, unemployment, and cost of living anxieties have reshaped political consciousness. Voters increasingly assess governments not by ideological narratives but by tangible economic outcomes, jobs, purchasing power, infrastructure, and social mobility. There is also a growing insistence on governance effectiveness. Citizens are showing declining tolerance for symbolic politics. Competence, policy cohesion, and measurable results across security, healthcare, education, and public services now weigh heavily in electoral judgment. Electoral integrity, too, has become central. After reforms introduced by the Electoral Act 2022 and the deployment of technologies such as beavers, Nigerians expect elections that are transparent, technologically reliable, and free from manipulation. The bar has been raised, and any regression could provoke significant public backlash. Equally important is the demand for accountability and trust restoration. The widening gap between political elites and ordinary citizens continues to fuel skepticism. Consequently, the 2027 elections will be judged not only on who wins, but on whether democratic processes are widely perceived as fair, inclusive, and credible. Several issues are poised to shape the contest. Economic performance will dominate political discourse, with debates likely to revolve around fiscal management, debt sustainability, industrialization, youth employment, and diversification beyond oil dependency. Security will remain an existential concern. Persistent challenges ranging from insurgency to criminal violence have placed state authority under strain, compelling voters to scrutinize strategies for restoring stability and strengthening institutional capacity. Nigeria's demographic realities further complicate the landscape. The youth population, increasingly digitally connected and potentially and politically expressive, is defining electoral engagement. Political parties that fail to adapt to issue-driven, technology-mediated mobilization risk strategic disadvantage. Questions surrounding federalism, restructuring, and resource governance will also continue to animate debate, reflecting enduring tensions within Nigeria's political architecture. Underlining these dynamics are structural challenges. Despite technological improvements, skepticism regarding result collection, judicial outcomes, and political interference persists. Perception gaps can be as destabilizing as actual irregularities. The influence of money in politics remains deeply corrosive, while identity-based polarization continues to shape electoral alignments, sometimes transforming competition into conflict. Technology itself presents a paradox. While enhancing transparency, it introduces vulnerabilities, system failures, cybersecurity threats, and the rapid spread of misinformation. Meanwhile, the increasing judicialization of elections, though constitutionally grounded, can erode public confidence if perceived as inconsistent or politicized. Voter apathy, driven by cynicism and distrust, poses an additional threat to participatory legitimacy. Strengthening democratic resilience requires a multi-layered response. Electoral credibility depends fundamentally on institutional dependence, transparency, and operational reliability. Campaign finance enforcement must become more robust to curb undue influence. Electoral technologies require continuous auditing and safeguards to sustain trust. Equally vital is the cultivation of an issue-based political culture supported by civil society, media, and academia. Ultimately, democratic stability rests heavily on elite behavior. Commitment to peaceful competition, respect for institutional rules, and restraint in rhetoric are indispensable. Elections alone do not validate democracy. Credibility of processes, integrity of institutions, and confidence of citizens do. Nigeria's 2027 elections will unfold within a complex interplay of economic pressures, demographic shifts, technological transitions, and political recalibration. They will test whether reforms translate into trust, whether competition strengthens rather than fractures national unity, and whether governance outcomes reshape political legitimacy. As Nigeria advances towards 2027, the defining question is no longer whether elections will hold. It is whether they will deepen democratic resilience, reinforce national stability, and align political leadership more closely with citizen aspirations. The answer will shape not just an electoral outcome, but the country's democratic trajectory.
Members of Enugu State Police Management Team, other senior police officers here present, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
It is with great pleasure that I humbly welcome you to this press briefing, during which I will review the command's policing strides over the past 1 year under my leadership as the Commissioner of Police, Enugu State Command. Recall that upon my assumption of duty exactly 1 year ago, precisely on the 11th of March 2025, I pledged to entrench a policing system that is professional, proactive, and people-friendly. These principles have since guided my leadership approach and shaped the strategic direction of the command in delivering on our mandate. Since assuming duty, I have ensured that professionalism and discipline remain the watchwords and guiding principles of our policing activities in the state. As a matter of fact, officers who have tested my resolve to uphold these principles, which are the bedrock of the Nigerian police force, have had themselves to blame, as I have not hesitated to ensure that appropriate disciplinary procedures and sanctions are applied to anyone found wanting. My commitment to ensuring that all policing activities in the state are carried out in strict compliance with the ethical and professional standards of the Nigerian Police Force is further strengthened by the leadership of our new Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu, PhD, Daga, MPM, who has repeatedly expressed his unequivocal stand on professionalism, discipline, respect for the rights and dignity of citizens, building public trust and enthroning a modern people-centered policing system since assuming office. The policing vision and mission of the IGP are indeed succinct and appropriate for policing a modern society such as ours. Consequently, in line with his directives, I will continue to ensure that officers and men of the command discharge their duties diligently at all times and are held accountable for their actions and inactions. We live in a time when it is totally unthinkable and unacceptable not to put the people first and serve them in the manner they rightly deserve. Proactive policing and achievements in the past 1 year. Over the past 1 year, we have made proactive policing the main thrust of our crime-fighting strategy. While a few isolated incidents may have occurred beyond our initial preventive control, we have consistently responded with swift and effective remedial actions. Our success stories in this regard are numerous and reflect the relative calm and serenity currently enjoyed in Enugu State. Generally, we have witnessed a marked reduction in violent crimes, especially crimes against persons, with several suspects arrested and prosecuted in cases of kidnapping or abduction, rape or defilement, and murder during the period under review. I will now present brief highlights of some of the most recent proactive and intelligence-driven operations recorded by the command. Arrest and neutralization of kidnapping suspects, rescue of victims, and recovery of firearms, ammunition, and other exhibits. 1. Rescue of kidnapped victims. On 6 March 2026, police operatives of the command, working in collaboration with the military, forest guards, and the neighborhood watch group, leveraged credible intelligence to successfully rescue 12 kidnapped victims in a feature forest in Ete, community of Igbeze North, local government area, while the suspects fled the scene. Follow-up sting operation led to the arrest of 3 male suspects who were positively identified by the rescue victims as members of the gang responsible for their abduction. The following exhibits were recovered. 1 pump action gun, 1 locally fabricated revolver gun, 1 live cartridge, a military camouflage hat, and 2 bulletproof jackets. Also recovered were 4 items, a cooking pot and beverages suspected to have been used by the gang while hiding in the forest. Investigations are ongoing to apprehend other fleeing members of the gang. 2. Another case of arrest of kidnapping suspects and recovery of exhibits occurred on the 27th of February 2026, where police operatives attached to Unity Division with assistance from the neighborhood watch group proactively arrested 5 male suspects along the Ngogo P-Nsuka Road at Aneke community in Enugu East local government area. The suspects confessed to their involvement in multiple kidnapping and armed robbery incidents within the area, while the following exhibits were recovered from them. 1. one locally fabricated 6-round revolver gun, 2, one cutlass, 2 daggers, and other incriminating items. Efforts are ongoing to arrest other members of the gang currently at large. 3. Rescue of victim, neutralization of one kidnapping suspect, recovery of firearm, ammunition, and other exhibits. In another operation on 29 January 2026, at about 0430 hours, police operatives of the command, working with a detachment of soldiers, forest guards, and neighborhood watch group, and community vigilantes, launched a coordinated bush combing operation in the Agushere and Okpakereke forest, bordering Benue State, following the kidnapping of a clergyman earlier that morning. During the operation, the operatives engaged the kidnappers in a gun duel, during which one suspect was neutralized, while others fled towards the Benue axis of the forest. The victim was rescued unhurt, while the following exhibits were recovered: 1 AK-47 rifle, 20 rounds of live ammunition, and then with 1 extra magazine, together with 2 daggers, military camouflage uniform, and other incriminating exhibits. 4. Fueling of a kidnapping incident, neutralization of 1 suspect, and recovery of exhibit. In another operation on 18 January 2026, at about 0600 hours, the command's operatives, working with members of the neighborhood watch, foiled a kidnapping attempt along the Ingeneuku axis of Adda and Insuka Road. Following a gun duel with the suspects, during the encounter, 1 suspect was neutralized, while others escaped with gunshot injuries. Exhibits recovered include 1 AK-47 rifle, together with 20 rounds of live ammunition. Over 129 suspects were arrested for kidnapping within the period or within the past 1 year, while 168 abducted victims were rescued. I will further talk about arrest of suspects for cases involving rape or defilement. Within the period under review, 39 suspects were arrested for rape or defilement. 1. In a case of rape, one Chinedu Nkasiobi, male, age 18, was arrested on the 6th of March 2026 by police operatives attached to Abakpa Division, following the receipt of a report alleging that he violently threatened and raped the wife of his parents, co-tenant at Alulunike, Enugu, on 4th March 2026 at about 13:20 hours. The suspect is alleged to have invaded the victim's house through the ceiling while she was sleeping. He consequently threatened her with a small knife and had carnal knowledge of her. The case will be prosecuted once investigations are concluded. 2. Case of defilement. One male by name Ikenna Ekesi, age 30, was arrested on the 6th of March 2026 by police operatives attached to Ogu Division of the command. His arrest followed a complaint by the Enugu State Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development, alleging that the suspect defied and impregnated his 12-year-old ward sometime in 2025 in Umuhagu, Otoku in Maku, community of Ogu local government area. Preliminary investigation shows that the victim, now 30 years, was hired to take care of the suspect's 6-year-old child. He got out of wedlock while also schooling. However, the suspect had carnal knowledge of the victim and subsequently returned her to her parents on the grounds that she was stubborn after putting her in a family way. Investigations are ongoing and the suspect will be prosecuted once investigation is concluded. In the case of incest, one Eugene Obinna Ikeche, male, age 45, was arrested on 20th February 2026 by the command operative serving Iwolo Police Division in conjunction with the Neighborhood Watch Group. The suspect had reported his 17-year-old daughter missing. However, after she was found, she informed the police that she ran away because her father was having carnal knowledge of her, and that after running away, her father started defiling her 12-year-old younger sister. The suspect confessed to the crime, blaming it on the devil. He will be prosecuted in court once investigations are concluded. We are now going to delve into cases regarding cultism and illegal drug trafficking, together with the recovery of firearms and illicit substances. One, or in summary, a total of 210 suspects were arrested for cultism, illegal drug trafficking, and related offenses within the past 1 year. Some of the most recent cases are highlighted as follows. 1. Disruption of cultist initiation protests, arrest of suspects and recovery of exhibits. Following the receipt of credible information on 8 March 2026 at about 10:30 hours, alleging that some strange faces suspected to be cultists had converged around the greenhouse area of the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, from where they were moving towards the Owereza Oba Forest in Udenu local government area. I immediately directed operatives of the Command Anti-Cultism and Anti-Kidnapping Tactical Squads to mobilize to the location and arrest the individuals for interrogation. Consequently, the operatives trailed the suspect and stormed the forest at about 0200 hours of the following day, where they disrupted an initiation process being conducted for new members of the cult group identified as Black Axe Confraternity. The suspects, on sighting the operatives, engaged them in sporadic gunfire, but they were subdued. Subsequently, 13 suspects, all of them male, including 2 of them bearing marks of abrasion on their buttocks, indicating their fresh initiation into the cult group, were arrested, and the following exhibits were recovered. 1 locally cut to size gun, 2 locally fabricated pistols, 2 live and 35 expended cartridges, then 1 pick handle axe and 3 jackknives. Other exhibits recovered includes 3 motor vehicles comprising a Mercedes-Benz C300, Toyota Avalon, and a Corolla car. 1 tricycle, 45 motorcycles of different brands, 1 HP laptop, 4 power banks. Also recovered were bags containing clothes and shoes. Meanwhile, investigation is ongoing to arrest other suspects on the run and recover more exhibits. The suspects will be arraigned in court upon the conclusion of investigations. 2. In a different operation, on 19th January 2026, operatives of the command attached to the anti-cultism tactical squad arrested 2 male suspects involved in cultism and armed robbery, recovering the following exhibits: 2 locally made firearms, 31 live cartridges, and large quantities of dried weeds suspected to be cannabis sativa. Additionally, the command recovered large quantities of illicit substances, including variants of cannabis sativa, such as Kolos and Loud, Tramadol, methamphetamine, locally known as Mpurimiri, and other prohibited drugs. The command has continued to work closely with sister agencies, particularly the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, to tackle cases of illegal drug trafficking and substance abuse. I will now go into the summary of operational successes in the past 1 year. Generally, our proactive crime fighting approach has yielded several operational successes within the past year. A summary of these successes is presented as follows. Arrest: 148 suspects were arrested for armed robbery. Armed robbery, a total of 148 suspects. Kidnapping, a total of 129 suspects. A total of 129 suspects arrested for the offense of kidnapping. Murder, we arrested a total of 158 suspects for murder. Then 48 suspects were arrested for unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. 39 suspects were also arrested for cases involving rape or defilement, while a total of 210 suspects were arrested for cases bordering on cultism, illegal drug trafficking, and related crimes. On the whole, we have a total of 5,895 suspects, all arrested for various offenses in the past 1 year. Rescues: a total of 168 abducted victims were successfully rescued, while we've been able to recover a total of 105 firearms, including 22 AK-47 rifles, 1 G3 automatic rifles, with a total of 665 rounds of live ammunition of various calibers. We also have a total of 118 stolen, snatched, or abandoned vehicles also recovered. Additionally, large quantities of illicit drugs and other incriminating exhibits were recovered during these operations. The highlighted cases represent only a few examples of the successes the command has achieved under my watch through proactive, intelligence-led policing and operational coordination. So in conclusion, therefore, I wish to reassure the good people of Enugu State that my commitment to frontally tackle security challenges in the state remains unwavering and resolute. Therefore, I call on all stakeholders, residents, traditional rulers, community leaders, civil society organizations, the media, and all security partners to continue supporting the efforts of the police command in making Enugu State peaceful and safe for all.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
to our program Arena on Aneke TV in Southeast Nigeria. And today we're going to move straight to the topic of the day, the effect of Middle East crisis on Nigeria. This is a topic that tends to define the situation in Nigeria as a result of a crisis in Middle East. Somehow, the economy of this country has gone very downward, and inflation has soared as a result of the war in Middle East. How did it come to be? The war in Middle East has rocketed the oil prices, and such has its own spiral effect on the Nigerian economy. The prices of all other goods as a result of high cost of transport has gone into the goods, the domestic goods, and of course every other good that is gotten in the country. This has resulted in the people crying. There's crisis also in Nigeria. We have seen also the people, the Shiite movement led by El-Zakzaky, who have been able to protest against that crisis. This is because the supreme leader who was killed during the Israeli bombing in Iran is of course the leader of the Shiite movement, and they are protesting that the supreme leader has been killed, and of course that gets to give Nigeria some problems security wise, because the Shiites might certainly rise up against the government of Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, those who are supporting the killing of their supreme leader. Today we are going to discuss this topic, and of course I have a guest in the house. My guest is the director of child labor and abuse prevention society. Is a human rights lawyer who has been in the human rights angle doing pro bono cases that has to do with the human rights abuses. I am talking about no other person than Barrister Gabriel Ofoma Abo. You are welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
So, the war in Middle East, Nigeria has taken a great share of it. What's your take?
Okay, thank you so very much for having me. When you ask the question that Nigeria has taken a great share of it, you are not definitive. You could mean that Nigeria is participating in the so-called war.
No, I mean that Nigeria, the effect on Nigeria. I mean the effect on Nigeria.
Yes, naturally, it has effect not only in Nigeria, it has effect globally, because the whole world is now a global village. That's ought to be the situation. And Nigeria is not, or is part of the global community. The war is indeed, it prepares countries who ought to be vigilant on how to really strengthen and prepare for any eventuality at any point in time. That's where you get to know people who are good in management of their economy, right? Because it was not unexpected. It's expected that eventually after the war in the situation, the problem between Venezuela and America, and the situation again in the Arab world between the Arab community and the Israelis, it was expected that sometime this kind of situation would eventually occur, because as it is very well known, talk about Nigeria, we've been having series of security threats over the decades. It didn't just start now, and a greater percentage of these security threats are coming from the northern side. Some are being spread out to every part of the world by way of kidnapping. They'll mention this group, they'll mention the other group. And the American president eventually pinpointed the fact that most of these challenges, most of these problems arising in Nigeria and some other countries are being sponsored from Iran. So it is not, we shouldn't be taken unawares, because over time there's this several crises in the country, crises of the Boko Haram or whatever name you may call them. Even in the southeast, personally I've been attacked sometime in October 2023 while I was traveling within the local community of Enugu State from one part of Enugu to Udi through Ozara bypass, and swept on me from the bush, parading all manner of gun. So we should have been preparing, for the worst, for this kind of situation today. And there's no way when situation like this arises that it will not affect the economy of the country. The Nigerian economy, which is largely sponsored or powered by our oil, what effort had we done in the past? And not long ago, the president of the country, I thank him for his effort in removing the subsidy. Because when the subsidy was removed and the other areas of the economy was equally activated, it really showed that indeed we could survive, right? By diversification of the other areas in the economy. We shouldn't be oil dependent. Before now, or several decades back, or in the 60s, agro commodity was the mainstay of the Nigerian economy until the discovery of oil. Having discovered oil, we should not mess up oil the same way we messed up the agro commodity business. Because it's the lack of economic management, the lack of foresight that brings or results to all manner of problems. At one moment in the national leadership, we had this privilege of realizing that GSM could be so advantageous. And when GSM became so much operational in Nigeria, it discovered that communication became a lot more easy. And it created a lot of opportunities for small scale traders. That is one way we could also invest in other areas of the economy. Oil, which we know is the major source of income in Saudi Arabia, in Iran, and all of those other countries, the money they make from oil is being used largely to build armaments. And because some countries would want to dominate other countries, particularly Iran, all of those regions within Iran, within the Gulf area, Iran would want to be seen as the head, just as America would want to be seen as the place of the whole world. So that is exactly what is happening. And if we realize that things like that are happening, then Nigeria will prepare.
Okay, we'll come to the kind of preparation that are supposed to do. Let me ask you, will you say that there is a justification in trying to curb the excesses of the country Iran, more so when the country is being pointed as the terrorism hub of the world, that is sponsoring terrorism in many parts of the world, in the Middle East, of course in Africa, and so on? Are you saying that there's a justification for the attack because more people are joining to attack Iran presently?
Thank you very much. By all implications, you discover that there's justification, because the effect of terrorism in Iran will eventually gradually growing its breadth, growing its tentacles also in Nigeria, because the kind of weapon that some of the terrorists uses in this country are not just coming from Nigerian military. Some of their armament, some of their weapons are even more stronger than the weapon paraded by the Nigerian military or the combination of Nigerian army. So that will tell you that they're getting sponsorship from outside the country. And if it is coming from outside the country, which country is it coming from? Who are the sponsors? Americans were able to narrow down the sponsors to Iran and some other sub-regions, right? And you also agree with me that that is the reason why some countries like Saudi Arabia is lying so low. They're only interested in protecting their sovereignty, right? Notwithstanding all manner of provocation, even from Iran, they are still lying low because they are one of the closest neighbors and they have been suffering it. In the same way these other countries or various countries are suffering it, in the similar way that most people in this country are suffering from marginalization, from certain persons who believe that they could transform the economy of Nigeria into their personal pocket and use it antagonize and use it to suppress the lower classes. And that's the challenge. So you've discovered that over time in the world order, people will always want to dominate another. And when you investigate to probably find out why and how are these various persons wanting to dominate, you discover that they're just simple, they're just like you. Some of them do not work harder than you and me. Some of them are just perhaps by sheer luck that they got into power. And when they got into power, they corner the economy of everybody, the commonwealth of a country, into their pocket and uses it to intimidate people. And that's exactly what a nation like Iran was doing. That's exactly what a nation like Iran was discovered by the greater nation like America that is seen to be the police of the whole world.
And Israel.
And Israel. Because over years, over decades, Iran was being seen as a threat to Israel.
Okay, Iran was being seen as a threat to Israel, and of course America too was convinced that terror was coming from Iran. Consequently, they had to cut Iran to size. But before we go further on that, there's something you mentioned here. It was in passing, but because it has been mentioned, we have to really talk about it. You said that you applaud Mr. President for subsidy removal in Nigeria. Are you saying that subsidy removal, of course by implication, applauding him means you're giving a pass back on subsidy removal? I want to ask, what are those indices or indicators that the removal of the subsidy and what is consequently made from removal of subsidy trickles down and have a very strong effect on the living standard of the Nigerian people?
Thank you very much. You discover, and perhaps agree with me, that ever since the removal of the subsidy, there had been stability in the oil prices, fuel pump prices in particular. Okay, unlike those other past years when you are getting to face any festivity in this country, you hardly will get fuel. But it's been steady. The supply has been stabilized. And so when you talk about demand and supply, okay, when you have it and you pay, so by that subsidy we're able to know the actual price of our oil. The next question or the next assignment which the president ought to be focused upon is, having gotten to that point, how did we get to this point of requiring that there should be a removal of oil subsidy? I tell you, from what I know about the economy, that if the oil subsidy was not removed, by now the economy of this country would have collapsed. So many people, because of course, you could hardly say that you have middle class anymore. It's either you're poor in this country or you're extremely rich, which is a dangerous precedent. But I'm saying that the managers of the economy in this situation and make provisions. We do not provision for any day. That's one of the biggest problems in the country. Because if, for example, we have been making provisions for the rainy day, the agro-economic base of this country will not also have collapsed.
So the effect of that money that we realize that should have been used to, pay up subsidy. Now it goes into the federation account and possibly released to the federal government and the federating units. I'm saying, do we have evidence that shows that the monies gotten from removal of the subsidy is trickling down, especially at the local government level, which is the nearest to the populace, and that the populace are beginning to have a good effect of the removal of subsidy? Because when the subsidy was not removed, they said it is as a result that the economy has been bad. So I'm trying to see if there's been economic first lift that has trickled down to the masses, where the masses, that we are in this is showing that the masses of the country are beginning to see the effect of what has been.
Thank you so very much. Using the word of one of the former governors of Enugu State, Chimaroke Namani, he once said that, or asked the question, what is democracy dividend all about? Democracy dividend is all about what a citizen, what a voter is able to get from the act of governance. That if you do not eat it directly, you could march on it. Famous slogan coming now under the government of Pitamba. I can really appreciate the fact that you can move around Enugu, good number of places in Enugu, on good roads, well-tarred roads. That is effect of that subsidy. But the only challenge we now have is the people in government are the people who are benefiting much more, because those people in government, those in private sectors are suffering the more. Because people who are engaged in government are paid salaries every month. Some of them are contractors. But private individuals, private businesses are suffering the more. The only area that the private businesses or an average citizen in Enugu or elsewhere perhaps will be benefiting is that you may not want to go to mechanic very often because of bad road. We have good
for car owners.
And not everybody owns car. But even at that, when you do not own car, you enter public transport. It will be stress of mobility. That is one trickle effect. Some people may not appreciate it because it's not coming directly into their pocket.
Yes, giving Chimaroke's definition.
Giving the former governor's definition of democracy dividend.
Okay, and of course you secondly mentioned about agriculture being the mainstay of economy. Are you saying that the emergence of oil has stepped back agro business in Nigeria?
Yes.
And what are you advocating for? Do you still believe that a Nigerian economy could be agro-driven?
Thank you very much. And I would like you to get me very right. I said, and I repeat, that agriculture used to be the mainstay of Nigerian economy. I am not saying that it ought to be the mainstay of any country's economy, particularly Nigeria. I'm only talking from indices, from the statistics, that I know that at a time in the history of this nation, agriculture was the mainstay of this economy. And if the managers of the economy realizes that agriculture was the mainstay of Nigerian economy, why did we abandon agriculture? For example, Michael Ihonu Kawapara, as the leader of the Eastern region at a time, established various farm settlements, established various palm plantations, and a lot of resources, so many things that are coming out from those resources were so great to the economy of the Eastern region. You talk about the cocoa pyramid of the West, you talk about the groundnut pyramid of the North, and all of that. Why did all of those things suddenly disappear? It's because we lack focused leaders. Leaders who were only interested in their pockets at the moment. But in those years, you could hardly hear that Michael Leone had a mansion or skyscraper this place or the other place. Coming from these resources from agriculture, he was able to build Hotel Presidential, which is still standing the test of time to date. He was able to build Hotel Presidential Port Harcourt, and also Hotel Presidential Reneda, and all of that. So many, he built estates. The railway estate that we built in Enugu several decades ago is still standing the test of time today. Now talk about oil. Oil now emerged. Rather than thinking how best we can now manage the advantage of having oil, we are neglecting it. We have other resources apart from oil. We have gold deposits in this country. We have tin deposits in this country. When you get to Jos, you get tin. When you get to if you get to Sokoto, you get gold. And to tell you about terrorism, certain persons in governance are collaborating with terrorists to export our gold deposit illegally out of this country, almost on a monthly basis, right? So we need to have focus, and because all of those resources, if they are well focused and they are well protected, it will help the economy of this country, and it will trickle down to various individuals.
Yes, you said some people, but these are allegations.
Yes.
These are just allegations.
It's on the news. Yeah. It's not just an allegation. It has been on the news that because that some nationals, some countries collaborate with certain powerful individuals in this country to dig gold illegally and some other solid minerals illegally. And what we are saying, or what I am saying, is that if all of these projects are captured into the GDP, the gross domestic product of this country, people will not suffer. People will not suffer. It's either you want to work in government or you work for yourself and you will properly earn your money.
Yes, this goes to the issue of leadership. You said that the government should have been mindful of situations like this.
Yeah.
The leadership would have thought about a rainy day and making provisions.
Exactly.
Because the Middle East crisis is to have, shattered some of the economic policies as made. Of course, Nigeria's Brent crude is selling at over 100, but at the same time, the people in the country are suffering because of the high price of the Brent crude, from where Dangote sources for refining, from where NNPC will have to go to America to import crude and give Dangote for refining, so which will also splash the price, the expenses on these things will splash on the current price of refined petroleum. So I am saying, is it due to leadership inability to focus and think ahead, to be proactive, that the situation has resulted in, given that the Middle East started a crisis and it came into our own sphere?
Yes, thank you again. I want you to understand me very clearly.
I will.
Everything about life is management. If you do not plan to succeed in anything you're doing, you're also planning to fail. Iran, as a nation, for example, is so much interested in power. They want to control some nations. They want to be recognized as a powerful nation. In the same way, America, as one of the 5 major power holders in the country,
in the world,
we want to remain as number 1 in the world. Okay? But when you look at the economy of America, Americans so much love their nation. Americans generally do not play with their nations, because America as a country takes adequate care of their citizens. You look for a job, you get a job. You pay for what you earn, or you earn and pay. But in other countries, using Nigeria to juxtapose, we we have a challenge of leadership. Leadership that seem not to be accountable. Even when you are caught stealing from the Commonwealth, you are still there, refusing to resign when so many people are watching you. That is wrong. We have various security paraphernalias in this country who discovers that certain things are happening wrongly. Rather than take bold steps to address it, they decide to fold hands, wanting the thing to get to their side, which is wrong. A situation where such things are going on, you will expect that we will continue to have failures. Again, if I may explain this further, it's like governance in Nigeria is like social welfareism, whereby if you are not in government, you will not benefit. But if you are in government, at the end of the month, you are paid salary. Is there a way to checkmate your productivity? That's a problem. So you can now see that the problem of leadership is trickling down even to the various local government levels, thereby affecting the productivity of various individuals working for government. Because each sections are only waiting for the end of the month to collect money. Now, talk about the money coming from oil. To what extent have we planned to invest money coming from oil? Diversify this money into other resources. Think about how Dangote started. Think about how the man that owns Globacom started. All of these people, they are Nigerians. But the major people who are greatest beneficiaries of the Nigerian economy due to lopsidedness are the Lebanese, the Indians. In 1986, during the reign of IBB, when we had what we call trade liberalization policy, how many Nigerians had the policy, had the opportunity of exploiting that trade liberalization policy? Not many of us. People who benefited largely are Indians, Lebanese. They are the people that floated what we called Olam Nigeria Limited, cotton field in the north. Invested so much in the cotton field. They saw tomorrow. These are people who are exploiting the weakness in the economy of Nigeria and using it to develop themselves and develop to a large extent the economy of their own nation. That's why you have so many industries floated in Nigeria today, but they are much more owned by foreigners, particularly the Lebanese group networks, because they are using it to do all manner of things. Whereas instead of empowering Nigerians, we seem to empower politicians the more. And these politicians we empower the more, so many of them do not even have any specialization. Once they are out of politics, nothing else, no investment. What is happening in other state today under the governorship of Ruti is an eye-opener that it is possible to pay citizens of 60 years and above who are considered to be retired without the economy blinking. That's how it should be. And I can tell you that for that aspect of Otis governance, it will create an opportunity for more people to have longer lifestyle in other states. Because so many people after retiring, after being exploited, you work for government for about 35 years, and during that time you are working for government for about 35 years, you are not encouraged. Some of them are trained to learn how to steal. So because of that long years of exploitation, once you are retired, you will not have focus to even establish your own business. Because you like the focus to establish your own business, you'll be growing older every other day and may not have the opportunity of living beyond say 70 years old. Today, if you look at it, most people are dying 60, 61, 62, 65 because of hardship, because of difficulties. But these are difficulties that they have chosen to like swim upon. Because when somebody is working for government and you know that your boss is doing wrong, he's stealing from the common purse, you should raise alarm. You should blow whistle. NEPA used to be the commonwealth of every one of us. Eventually, the decentralized level, you now have various discos. These discos are now have been taken over by also Nigerian terrorists.
You tell us about the discos and electricity and failure of electricity when we come back. If you are not planning to succeed, then it means you're planning to fail. These were the words of Barrister Gabriel Ofoma Abo, our guest on today's arena. We are going to pause for a break. We will come back. Abo will unleash, of course, the intellectual capacity he has on this topic, the effects of the Middle East crisis in Nigeria. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap me, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. Viewer, you're welcome back to our program Arena on Aneke TV in Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our topic is the effects of Middle East crisis in Nigeria. And my guest is still here to lend voice to this topic. I am talking about the human rights lawyer, Barrister Gabriel Ofoma Abo. And while we were talking, we decided to go on break. We were discussing about how leadership has not been proactive enough, thought about what to do, especially in situations like it happened today, or it happened a few days back, where there's crisis in the Middle East, and of course we have growing concerns about the Nigerian economy. So let me come back to you, Barrister Ofoma. The effect of the crisis in the Middle East did not only affect Nigeria. I do know that many parts of the world, many countries of the world have been shaken, because the Middle East countries are the greatest deposit, has the greatest deposit of oil in the world. Apart from this, apart from Venezuela, all the other countries in the Middle East are big oil producers. And because the Strait of Hormuz, that is the seaway from where oil is being passed across the other countries of the world, has been sealed by Iran. It tends to now block the supply of oil. And consequently, like you said about the law of demand and supply, it means the supply is no longer enough. It's certainly the principle of demand and supply, economic principle, comes to play out that oil prices skyrocketed to over $100 per barrel. And today, the spiral effect has gone to many other countries of the world. Though Trump had said that those who want oil should, he has already released 176 million barrels
from their own reserve, and there are other ones released elsewhere, so that the world will no longer feel the fact until they finish what they intend to do with Iran. Yet, Iran has already elected a new supreme leader who is the son of the killed supreme leader, and he has vouched to ensure that what happened to his father will be taken back to those who made it happen. That is both America and Israel. And America and Israel are set to ensure that a civil country where civility will rule will be in Iran, where the Iranians will take hold, not a dictatorship. So, and now, if this war does not end soon, do you think that the oil prices will fall?
Thank you so very much again. As long as the war persists, as it affects Nigeria, the prices of oil will not fall. We'll still be having those teething problems of high cost of fueling because we never planned. That's my problem. That's my challenge.
Beyond Nigeria.
Then beyond Nigeria is the same, because even Americans, some Americans are equally agitating. They are being affected by the crisis in the Gulf. Some are agitated, but there is no way, because it has to be done. Because Americans had already concluded, just the same way the Israelis have concluded, and as long as Iran continues to invest in nuclear plant, then they are not just threat to Israel, they are threat to the whole world, global community. And we could see that from what is happening in Nigeria. Every other day they are talking about this, Boko Haram, this or that and all that, and yet we have our large army. And suddenly our Air Force, our Grand Army, we want to go on attack on the other day, and the next day these terrorists will come from nowhere. That tells you they are not coming from within. Till date, this lady that was kidnapped is still in custody. Is still in custody of the terrorists in a country like this country. Yes. So that will tell you that the problem largely is not caused by Nigerians. It's sponsored. And if Nigerian security before now had been planning how to secure our sovereignty, there are certain persons that were allowed to do businesses in Nigeria that were not properly checkmated. That is the reason, that's why I talked about the trade policy. Okay? You know, there was a point in Nigeria when we thought that we have no problem. That was in the reign of Gowon, that we have so much money that even if we never imported anything for like 36 months, that is for 3 years running, that we will be feeding fat. And that was why at the point they declared the Doge Award. That was why at the point
they started sharing money.
That we had no problem. But no sooner than later, problems emerged. That shows you lack of planning. Because ideally, if we had planned well, we would have realized that that money we got those years would have been money that would have been invested elsewhere to plan for another day. That's exactly what Iran did and still doing. Iran was interested in power. There had been First World War, there had been Second World War. Iran couldn't be counted. They still want to be counted, right? And now we've gone to all of these religious war, this other war, and all of that. So, but come to Nigeria. When you talk about leadership, each time we had opportunity of investing well, we mismanage it. And we have had leaders and leaders who are only interested in their own welfare. They are not interested in the people they are leading. Whereas ordinarily power ought to belong to people. Once some of them get into power, they refuse to identify with the people. So that's the biggest blow, that's the biggest challenge.
Okay, you see, Iran being pointed at as the terrorist of the world once more, I say that, and as a result, sometime in this country, the members of the Shiite movement, an Islamic group, were seen to be radicalized and great fundamentalists, and the Nigerian government took hold of their leader, El-Zakzaky. And this group emanated from Iran. Of course, at one point, Iran asked Nigeria to release El-Zakzaky to them. Today, there's this Iranian crisis. And the Shiite movement, we are protesting in Nigeria. Do we not see a double trouble where we are already grappling, we are trying to grapple with the Islamic ISWAP, Boko Haram, and other forms of Lukawara, other forms of banditry? Then this other group, the Shiites, may as well begin their own crisis in Nigeria. What do you think that the Nigerian government has done? Have they been good enough to entertain such situation? Because as we are talking about, since the bombing in 25th December, insurgencies seem to have grown more than it were. We have seen now the Boko Haram ISWAP coming to bomb military bases. They are now bold enough to come to attack military bases and kill commanders and generals, unlike what it were earlier. Are we moving forward or are we moving backward in the fight against insurgency? And will this Shiite group also come in to escalate our situation?
Thank you very much again. Like I keep saying, the challenges of these various groups emanated from the fact that they were condoned. It also has to do largely with the nation called Nigeria. We are told to believe in Nigeria. Yes, I believe in Nigeria. But another question is, are we truly one nation? Because as long as we discriminate in this country and we are not treated, equals are not treated equally, can you be counted to belong to that nation? These are problems. These are challenges. So when you talk about this growing insurgents, this is one of the reasons that was observed by Trump and some other leaders of the world, that who were able to narrow down that most of the murders, killings, all this while in Nigeria, particularly on the side of the Christians, are largely carried out by those group of, yes. So, and America tried one or two times to come into the country directly with a view to helping Nigerian security forces. But now observed seriously that people on the ground, those terrorists on the ground, have acquired more base, that tackling them directly in Nigeria may be a big task. They now decided to tackle them headlong from the headquarters of where they are being sponsored. That's my own personal observation. Because what's happening here, in the course of various political transitions, some certain persons would want to go and align themselves with terrorists to enable them to win election, to enter into some unusual accord. Okay, and after the election, win or lose, do they settle them? Do they make them to go back to the countries where they come from? And that's the reason why some of the terrorists are claiming that Nigerian nation, Nigerian land, is a gift to them. That's what some of them say. Therefore, as long as they had already come into this country, it is difficult for you to say they are no longer part of you. And they have their various army. Otherwise, why would things be lopsided in this country? Why would people or equals not be treated the way they should be treated? There's no merit anymore in this country. People, not long ago, we have a change of gear in the leadership of the Nigerian police force. Who is policing who? And because of the new leadership, some other personnel were retired. The same thing happened in the army not long ago. So for how long shall this nation continue with that kind of trials and challenges in leadership? So we must for once tell ourselves the truth for this country to grow. We must for once encourage people to be honest to themselves, so that in the course of people working hard, you have the opportunity of benefiting from what they are doing rather than being frustrated. Okay, because these things are going to moving down to various regions and regions to various local governments, and it is a big threat to the Nigerian economy. When you talk about all of these problems, the problem in Iran, the way it is now trickling down to the various local government, 774 local government in Nigeria, is such that these various local governments are being empowered at their own level, and at their own level they have a network of people within their locality whom they are sharing our commonwealth. So a good number of people are excluded from this commonwealth, and if you dare challenge them, will betide you, because you likely face your death. Because go to any part of the country now, what they do is, once there's federal allocation and this allocation is disputed, only very few of them uses it to do something that will benefit the people. The rest of the money goes into their private pocket and pockets of their cronies and their sponsors. So it's a big challenge.
It's a big challenge to Nigeria. Greater percentage of these allocations being shared by Nigeria and her federative units. Once certain things are done, the rest of it goes into private pockets. So alleged Barrister Gabriel Ofoba Abo on Arena, Aneke TV, Nigeria. I want to ask you, because at one point you talked about electricity, and today we have almost less than 2,800 megawatts of electricity that's been transmitted across Nigeria, of about 250 million people, and her industries and all her, both medium and small scale manufacturing industries and what have you. And today, the fuel prices are high. Majority of the manufacturing companies are using diesel to power their manufacture. The fuel prices are high, which means the cost of production will be high. And we don't have any electricity supply. And we have sunk in over 7 trillion in the past few years on electricity in Nigeria, both production, transmission, and of course distribution. Yet there is no electricity. Sometimes they will say we have 7,000 megawatts, sometimes 5, sometimes 4. And today is 2.8. So Nigeria is almost virtually in darkness because there is no electricity. People, even the common office workers and bankers, find it very difficult to iron their clothes. Many of them run to dry cleaners to give them their clothes to iron, and these dry cleaners use all this pass by neighbor to do the ironing and take their money. But the price of even the fuel to do the generator, to work the generator, is high, and everything is just high. So to even pay for the ironing of clothes makes life more expensive for you. So what's your take on the problem of electricity in Nigeria?
Thank you again. My take is very simple, very straight, and our problem again started from leadership. At a point in this nation when we used to have National Electricity Power Authority, group of powerful politicians and power brokers influence the decentralization, and we eventually have what we call discos, right? In the course of these various discos, certain persons were handed over the management generations of power at various levels. What some of us expected was that we will have better energy, better electricity supply in this country. But rather than that, we are having more challenges than ever before. Big challenge. There is no accountability, like I said before. Enugu, for example, will have EEDC. For me, as a person, I have about 4 generators running for me to survive. I do not own an industry. And every month, I pay not less than 100,000 naira as electricity. Yesterday, I bought 10 liters at 125 naira a liter. The question is, why should it be so? Nearby Abia State, they are not raising voices of complaint as much as we are raising in some other areas, because the private generating station in Abia is doing much more better than in the most other places. When our own citizen who had been there in the corridor of power as a minister and who had the idea wanted to sell the idea to the whole nation, certain persons worked against him before he was able to now reach understanding with the government of Abia State. Today, Abia State is better for it. Now, in Enugu State, these various discos got into the hands of these various persons, and it is Commonwealth, our Commonwealth, were handed over to various few private individuals who are now using it to exploit the majority of the masses. We have been so sandwiched that it's difficult for us to explain, even to go to court. The next moment they say, go to court. Who was the court? They have rubbish our judiciary. I can say that with firm authority, because most judges are scared of voicing their grievances, because they could not go to press. They cannot go to press, and it's either you are threatened, or you decide to do sleep on justice. So many people are suffering. So if an individual who has not got an industry, just running an office and your resident is paying no less than 100 or something thousand naira, is paying above 100,000 naira every month in electricity, where are we going to?
So in all of this,
sabotage.
In all of this, because time may not permit us, I know you want to talk more and more, but in all of this, where do we go from here? With the crisis in Middle East, the effect on Nigeria, how do we salvage it?
Well, in all of this, first and foremost is to submit ourselves to God. That's the first thing to do. Submit ourselves to God. Because then secondly, we need to really mobilize the Nigerian populace for people to understand their rights. The greatest problem we have in this country is that people do not even realize that power belongs to them.
People do not even realize in Nigeria that power belongs to them. This is the much we can take from this edition of Arena on Aneke TV today. Viewer, we thank you for being with us, and of course, Barrister Ofomabo.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Please watch our program next time we come on board.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa. The state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Oka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, my beautiful people of Nigeria, my sweet family. Ofort Ndenugo, how you guys doing? I will always say, on a day like this, I always say thank God it's Friday, because it is a beautiful Friday afternoon. And I will always remain your one and only and beautiful host for the day. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer. And on this edition of our entertainment show, I promise to bring you the latest, spill gossip, the latest update, on this. You can always join us and follow us on our official pages on our Aneke TV, on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and all the way. But, guys, one thing I always keep you on suspense. But today, I have I call him my popular Odogo Parara, and he goes by the name Gerard. Gerard, good afternoon, and how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me.
You don't look like someone that is in this Nigerian hot weather with me here. You just look like someone that just flew into the state and was like, the looks is just, astounding. Well, the combination, what's inspiring this outfit today?
Well, like you rightly pointed out, TGIF. Thank God it's Friday, so I'm just keying into the vibe. And
you're not feeling all hot, or you feeling all cozy, because the outfit I just don't understand.
No, where I'm coming from, we don't experience much sunlight, so this is what it gets.
But please introduce me to where you're coming from, because at this point I need to be there where you're coming from, because the sun is too hot for me today. Yes. And I'm moving over to my first and number one gist for today. After I read this, I felt emotional, not because I am a woman, but because sometimes we just need, we need a strong shoulder to always cry on. My first gist is about a lady who narrated that As a girlfriend, I dated a guy for 5 years. He was our first boyfriend, and the whole neighborhood knew about them as a couple. He wasn't seen with any other girl. You know, they enjoyed themselves to the point that people started calling her the man's husband, and everybody saw her as, you know, everything is a done and deal, signed deal. You know, she did not see any country, and it felt like the guy would leave her. You know, the love was just going and all going. She didn't. I don't know if she found the time to ask questions, but you know, it was all going to. One day she called him several times, but he didn't pick up. Worried that something might have happened to him, she went to his house, and the flat was empty. And the neighbors told him that he has moved, and on no phone call, no text, nothing. It turned out that he had been matched with a girl in the US who they have. He's even a citizen. Did you understand? Wow. And they have been married for 5 years. 5 years of the relationship. He's already married for 5 years, and they have 2 kids.
America. Well, I would say that is a very sad one for the lady. But one thing you have to understand about relationship and everything around it is that, have you wondered what cost the man to flee Nigeria and go to America? Have you wondered what actually transpired between both parties? Because most of the times when we see cases like this, we often address it on a surface level without trying to investigate more or what transpired between the both parties. On the other hand, I would say that what the man did, in a way, was a right choice. Yes, right choice.
Men supporting men at this point. I have to come in.
No, it's not about men supporting. This is just about, let's be realistic. This man is a very logical man, owing to the fact that he has checked the future of his children. Understand? I mean, if you marry an American and you give birth to a child, automatically he or she becomes a citizen.
Okay, I hope you maintain this stand when it becomes your sister becoming the victim of this whole scenario. What will you say? Will you still maintain the same, stand at this point?
Well, when is my sister? It may kind of change. I may try to know why, but
no, you don't want to know why. It all shows all array of biasness from you, coming from the fact that this lady we're talking about has built up emotion for 5 good years. Her time, her effort, she gave in her all for you to, just exit like that. Don't you think, like you're a man now, will you say the same thing as a woman, and you meet a lady, you guys have dated for a very long time here, you have trained her, you have done a lot of things for her, at that point all of a sudden she disappears, no call, this thing, to find out that she's married to another man after your whole year of effort? Will you still remain the stand? Like, will you be here telling me you must prefer your future? Because obviously she went for the better option. You are not the better option, because if you are no dogu parara at that point, she not gonna leave you. But you are not the parara she wants, and now she has gone for a better choice. I hope you will still maintain that stand.
Well, thank God I'm not the one in this shoe, but I'm talking based on the topic we have right now. You understand? The man made a very strategic move.
And if another woman makes this strategic move on you, you will remain, you stay cool, you stay calm. I know.
Well, I would hand over everything to the hands of God and wait for the lucky girl.
My very good friend will say, yeah. Now at this point, I think we should call a spade at some point in time in this life, because this lady has done a lot, invested a lot, and you leaving her. Don't you think?
They invested together, not like it was one-sided. They invested,
and so I think the two investments should come together and be a long time. You should see this kind of thing. You should actually make it. See, one thing I always say is transparency is always what I want in everything I do. So if you're not transparent enough to tell me that you already have you already have a relationship, so I will know that, oh, don't invest. Well, it's just there's a two different thing that you came to me and you told me let's have a business, like let's do it like it's kind of
A partnership.
A partnership. If you gain, I gain. Do you understand? Nobody's losing.
Yes.
Do you understand? It is more preferable than you come with a pretense. This is called pretense, and law doesn't take this in lightly. You just pretense, coming to pretend and lie and conceive a lot of things for the woman. Paint a narrative where there is no narrative. The woman, falls victim of this. All of a sudden, you squander away and you move and you let her wallow in her. So do you ever actually, feel that this particular lady we're talking about, will feel depressed, will feel like used? Have you ever thought about this kind of thing?
Well, like I said earlier, you have to investigate why the guy had.
You said you have to investigate.
Why this particular guy?
If you come to your sister, or
why this particular guy traveled to US? We are talking about America here.
Now my fellow Nigerians, they are talking about America here.
So this is a long-term plan.
Are you actually downgrading Nigeria?
Not like I'm trying to downgrade.
So if you have a Nigerian
Nigeria.
kid, will something poke you? If you have them and take them over there, will something poke you from the food?
No, but they have much more chances of enjoying this life if they are from America. Let's be realistic here.
Oh, excuse me, calm down.
Okay,
No, I don't like what I hate. At this point,
Okay.
We Nigerians at this point, we don't have the laxity of opportunity to enjoy ourselves better. As we are in Nigeria now.
Do you enjoy yourself better here in Nigeria? Let us be realistic.
Who do you want to plug inside?
No, you just have
don't plug me. Don't plug me. You have to plug yourself. Don't plug me. Okay, moving over to my second gist is about the popular actor Rotimi Salami. He noted that if DNA says a child is not mine, I already see the child as mine, and I will accept the child. Do you resonate with this?
One thing about Rotimi is that he thinks everything is movie. No, let's be realistic.
Bombshell.
No, he thinks everything is movie. Let's be real. This is life. This is not Nollywood. This is life. I mean, I wouldn't accept that because first of all, I know that the responsibility of a father is the one that you must protect.
Okay.
You must care, and you are also a giver. But let's look at the circumstances. Should I use the word the circumference surrounding this child's birth? It is clearly evident that this woman in question cheated behind my back. Yes, of course, she cheated behind my back. Some ragamuffins and some other.
Have you considered the factor that made her to cheat?
In my own ideology, I don't think there is anything or any point whatsoever that would make a woman to cheat on me.
What if at that point you are not able to give her what she wants?
What do you mean what she wants?
I mean, she wants to get pregnant, she wants a baby, and you're not able to give her the baby now. What do you want her? She will follow the escape route now.
So she will have to break our vow.
Which vow?
Yes, now. For better, for worse.
Better for worse.
This is worse.
This is it's for you said for better.
For worse.
No, calm down. I like the fact that you say for better. No, better came first before the worse. So the better is that you have a child to call your own, and that made you a father. And the worst is that you cannot be able to give her that child. So she has to take the better option to to find a way to get the child.
So it's
a balanced equation.
You're trying to paint infidelity right now.
Infidelity. At the altar they said for better, for worse.
For worse.
The better part is that you are being called a father. Are you not proud to be called a father, or you don't want to be called a father? You want to.
Is he my biological son?
But if you cannot give her, but did you actually give her a biological son and she did not give it to you?
So you are trying to justify the fact that she should go around and open her eyes to whatever?
No.
Because
That's the factor here. Assuming you gave the lady a biological daughter or a biological son, she will give you back. It's what you give in. It's what you get. Give in, garbage in, garbage out. If you not give in, there's no out for you. Even but do you know the cynic here is that even if you are not able to give in, but somehow there was a managed situation of giving you out.
Yes.
You should be proud now.
So
as soon as there is an output for you to see and make use of.
No, I wouldn't take such outputs.
You wouldn't?
Yes, I wouldn't take such outputs.
So what if in that case, let's now bring it to a certain scenario. What if in that case the man is not able to give an output? and she has to be happy. Every woman wants a child to call her own. So you expect her in a marriage where she is not able to conceive, and maybe she found out that the man is incapable of giving her a child, and you want her to stay there, hoping for the best.
Well, this is a family thing, and in cases like this, we always have a consensus. We have an agreement. There are options to explore.
Which are?
We can adopt a child. Of course, we can adopt a child. You understand? This is a family thing.
Excuse me, I'm coming from. Are you coming from the fact that you are a man at that point, that you can, because you are not able to do that, you're not giving an adoption as an offer fact to this? Because if it comes to the female counterpart, will you still give her that option?
What option are you talking about? To explore that man and bring in an unknown child into my house?
No, I'm saying that if it comes to a woman that she's not able to conceive, she's the problem, not the man, no longer the man. Will you be able to, explore this idea? Won't you go out there and find another alternative, which is another woman to replace her?
Well, this is a very complex question.
It's not complex. It's just.
I have to address it tactically. I'm a man, and I need to explore. Let's be realistic. I need to explore, and
and then she decides to explore in the other way.
Behind my back.
But wait, let me ask you. When you were going to meet another woman, to explore your own exploration, did you tell her? It's after maybe you have met the woman, you are convincingly that you know that somehow she will be able to find out that one day you have another woman in that you'll be like, there, I want to take a second wife. But you actually have explored. I don't know why men feel like it's so easy for them, why a woman could not do this, and they themselves are doing the same thing. I think there's a magnitude of point that we should be able to balance this equation. For a man, infidelity is just culture. To a woman, it is abomination. So, I don't know. It's something that we need to balance. For you, I don't know.
Well, you need to balance. Let's look at what you are trying to balance. You are trying to balance infidelity in the part of the woman. So you are trying to say that it's an ala mode for women to cheat and for them to explore and do their things.
But men don't cheat.
No, let's look at the context very well. This particular man in question wants someone to replace him when he's gone. Yes.
So the woman that wants someone to replace her or him or her, yes, let's say this is her when she's gone. She's not in her own right to want this kind of thing.
Women are actually loyal to their feelings. You understand? They're actually loyal to their feelings. For a particular woman to, should I use the word, lay with a man, it's clearly evident that she has appealed to that man sexually. She wants that man to explore her. She has lost respect for her previous partner. That is why she is even considering the fact to explore or do any sexual activity with this particular man. So for her to take that action, it shows that she has lost every sense of respect. She has lost every sense of marital vow to the woman. So I mean, it is non-negotiable. It is.
So but wait, when a man goes out there, he has not lost the respect he has for his woman.
I'm not trying to magnify infidelity here, but
you are.
I'm not trying to magnify infidelity,
you are
but
doing it like without stress. You are actually doing it.
Some people may. I don't go with those people that say that men are polygamous in nature, but to a reasonable extent, I mean, this is your lineage you're talking about here. An Igbo man. So I mean.
Igbo man.
Yes.
Bueno.
Yeah.
Clock it. At this point, I don't know, but I won't dwell on this issue because I've seen the tactics of movement you are making. I see it right there. Do you understand? I will throw you over to the viewer out there too, because at this point there are some women I know that my fans they are waiting to. But for now just.
Miami
now.
Miami, they're waiting for you guys.
You have women. Well, let's clock it. And I'm moving up to my third gist today, and it's all about a woman, an actor who came online, an influencer also, Deka George. She mourns her sister after the sister went to give birth in a general hospital, and they said they did not have oxygen. Do you understand the gravity of this statement? They don't have an oxygen in a general hospital. Is Nigeria failing us, or are we failing Nigeria? At this point, I don't understand. Did the woman commit a crime or to go to her home-based country medical sector or home-based medical facility to give birth? Or because most times I don't blame some women when they travel out to give birth or go extreme to give birth in some private hospital, because these are things that we necessarily don't want to encounter. It is a very appalling situation that our healthcare is failing us. Do you think is a point we have gotten to a point that we need to take extra measures to feel safe, or we should call on the government to do some things? And do you think that the calls have made, some people that have called out the government, do you think there have been an impact or change in this regards?
Well, I will start by saying that I'll start by extending my deepest condolences to the family, to the bereaved family. I mean, it is indeed a saddened situation. It's indeed a saddened situation. It is one that often reflects, should I use the word, the ingenuity, or I don't know the right word to qualify this, but it is really, really scandalous. It is really, really scandalous for one to lose his or her life in a general hospital where it is assumed that most of the equipment are there. So I think it is the fault of the government. It is their fault.
And do you see these women? That means we should, as a woman, are you telling us to avail every possible means to be safe?
Well,
because because most women that you see in the general hospital will consider finances, so the poor ones who are not able to get out of the country to give birth or go to a private hospital with equipment, what is the reality of those kind of people, those kind of women out there? Do you think it's something that we need to look in, or do you think it's something they have to? Because there are some men that could not afford expensive hospitals to be able to have adequate health checkup and the rest.
Well, in that case, the government should do something about it. They should start creating more infrastructural facilities, some medical equipment to be set in place for these general hospitals. But if you have the money, you are highly advised. Understand? If you have the money, you're highly advised to go somewhere that can take adequate care of your child and also your woman. So that is my advice.
Okay, moving on to my fourth gist. I'm talking about the popular King Michi. She said, "I was wrong. I want to be held accountable for She actually publicly apologized for taking a harmful substance and for her online outburst. Do you think it's remedy after that, or do you think she should be held accountable for this her outburst and her reaction? She made a certain brand trend so publicly, after taking it, pretending to, I don't know, because I don't know, she certainly told us she took that substance and she drank it, and at the point that she died. She even, went ahead to, say her management did this, she'll be buried and do this. To come out again, do we die and resurrect the second time? Is it Lazarus, right? Are we practicing Lazarus belief here, or everything around it? Because I don't understand. Is it, to mislead the public, is this something that people should be held accountable, or should we, assume it as normal content?
Well, when it comes to human life, I don't think it should be treated with kid's glove or even content like you said, because hypo, as we all know, is a disinfectant. Understand? And if you take a very good amount of it, you will die. Understand? You will die. So I think content like that shouldn't be exposed to the general public, because it will holistically tell others, it will inform others that you can actually take this and nothing will happen to you. So contents like that shouldn't be released to the general public. So that's it.
And some point, do you think it's something that like her online banter with very dark man. Now, she mentioned some heavy names, while very dark man mentioned some heavy names. Now, at this point in their fight, do you think that everyone surrounding the whole online should be held accountable, or she in percent that started the whole this thing should be held accountable?
Well, I think she should be held accountable for
Really?
Yes, for what happened to her, because nobody forced her to take that hypo. She drank hypo by herself. So if anything happens to her, she should be, she should pay for what.
Okay, moving up to my next gist. I'm talking about this popular content creator called Simi. She had her wedding just few days ago, and she came online after her wedding to say, I didn't start posting the man till 6 months later, just in case if it scatters.
And this again.
And this was the she was now trying to recall her experience and her date with this man before they got married. So do you think it's proper as a lady, or wear our shoes as a lady? Do you think it's proper for us to publicize our relationship before the real deal, or do you think we should just keep it on the low before the real deal?
Social media has made a lot of persons to think that some private or relationship matters should be brought to the public. She's getting married. I don't see a reason why she should tell the whole world that she's getting married, she's doing this. Things like that should be kept lie low.
No, she's trying to tell you that she didn't post her man all the while they were dating. She had, before she decided to post anything about him, I think it was getting to the 6th month of the relationship where she felt like, okay, we have gotten to a stage, okay, like we can now post.
I think she's wise. She's trying to protect her marriage.
And do you think after that 6 months nothing will happen?
Well, I don't know. That should be her own cup of milk if anything happens.
So, but you estimate this for me. How long should one, stay in a relationship before she will be able to tell the world, this is him and this is her?
As long as you know him or her into you know him or her very well, and you know that this particular person you are bringing to the general public, he or she has not been involved in all these relationship scandals and so many other things in the past. So if you are sure and you are proud that your man is free and clean from all of this, what stops you from posting it?
And you think that posting it wouldn't, in this I think during my one time, I think the fear of my parents and some of my relatives seeing it without him bringing him home, making an introduction, would be like, like this guy, you have started doing bad thing, they'll just start saying you.
For you to have that thought, it's clearly evident that you are doing something fishy, because if it is
you don't say
you are doing something fishy here, because if it is open,
let's be realistic.
Yes.
Now I haven't to have that the thought of that my aunties, my uncles are watching me, so I mind what I post.
Okay, so you normally block them on what? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You normally block them?
Why don't I like this? But why does it very difficult to? Because I don't understand. Why must it be me? I'm not asking you.
Okay. Let's see how that goes. But
I'm asking you. I'm asking you if at some point in your life have you felt like the need that your aunties, your mom, your dad should not see some certain things before the main deal has been broken?
Yes.
That means you're actually doing what you're accusing me of. I see what you do there. I see what you do there. Like I see it. I understand. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Let's see how that goes.
And before we get to our next gist, we're gonna take a short cozy break. I will be right back.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, You don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to our entertainment show, and you are watching us live on Aneke TV. You can always follow us on our official page on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. You can be part of our entertainment gist conversation. Always drop in your comments. We'll be glad to listen, read, and share our opinion on that. And moving over to my next gist, and it's all about this trending issue about Omale. And Omale has said, my girlfriend broke up with me the day I lost my Grammy award, and I've not been in a serious relationship. I've not been in serious with my career for the past 1 year because I was in love. Anytime I fall in love, I lose myself. While I was at the Grammy for With You nomination with Davido, my girlfriend broke up with me. Immediately I lost the award. I thought the girl was going to be my wife. I spent all my money on her, but she still left me. I already had the names of all our future children. I can't. She tells me that I'm everything to her. I can't wait. She left me after everything I did for her. I will never fall in love again. Gaga will always say, I told you. Omale is one musician I respect. His way of bringing this music into life for me is just, exceptional. So what do you think about this whole charade of his girlfriend leaving him? Do you think it's something we should, as a man, do you think it will affect so many men out there from, going extra mile to, do a lot for their girl? Or do you think it will just, it's just normal? We are used to their system.
Yeah, well, I would say that this is our own Omale we are talking about. This is our own Omale. I mean, Omale is a gifted singer, and some of his songs and lyrics are very, very much inspiring. Very much inspiring. So, hearing that he's having some relationship issues like this is one that is affecting some of his fans.
Okay.
It's not good for his musical career, because from what he said, is now affecting his musical career, which is very bad. So I would say that in his next dealings with girls, he shouldn't allow his emotions to override with his career.
So I'll bring that whole narrative down to you now.
No, directly to me, or
yeah, I'm bringing it down to you now, to your stage now.
Okay.
Now you feel like you have a girl. Do you think you can actually go extra for this lady? Knowing feeling where that is a 50-50 thing, you might not end up with her.
Yes, that is where love comes in the whole scenario. When you talk about love is a two-way thing. It is it takes two to tango. That is the right word. It takes two to tango. So when I'm in love and I've invested a good amount of time in that love, I expect a form of reciprocity from that particular love, or that's what I expect. So when the other party decides to leave me and disappoint me, I would have to take it as a man. That's it. No, we have to. Yes, I will take it as a man and move on. That's just the only thing you can do, because you can't force someone on you.
So the next lady that comes to your limelight after the relationship, do you think you can give in your all at that point, getting to the fact that you have a terrible experience with the previous one?
It's not always easy to give in your all for the second time, but this time around, some people will say that they are now tactical about love. I don't know if there's a good term for that, but they just say that they are now tactical about love. They're now trying to know if this person exhibits the former traits that the other person did in the past. So they often take this stance to protect the emotions. They often take it some people will call it self-preservation in love. They try to protect their own hearts so they don't get broken for the second time. So it is advised that you should employ tactical love for the second time.
So do you think there is an extent or limitation or any echoes let me just give a instance that do you think that you could, when it comes to love, do you think you can be over protective or you can be extra careful when it comes to that? I don't think love is something that, when it comes to love, unless you just like the person, I think love is something that takes you off your toe. Like, is there anything that will make you so extra careful? Because when you love someone, you always want to be in that person's, around the person, you always want to do one or two for the person. Now, if you claim to like someone and because of your past experience, you are not able to do some things you are supposed to do as, being in a relationship with this person, do you think you actually call yourself to, to say that you love this person? Or will you just say that, yes, you are just trying to be with the person,
Well, when it comes to that question, I think you have to learn your lessons. And from here, you have learned your lesson the hard way. So it is imperative that you guard your heart for the second time. In as much as you are trying to exhibit some level of love and affection to this person. But you know that within you, you have this, what I call self-preservation. So that you don't experience what you experienced the last time. So you just have to be very careful in your dealings. And in as much as you are opening your heart, you just have to apply that tactical love that I'm talking about. It is very, very important for your own mental health, because at the end of the day, you are the one that will go, you feel depressed. At the end of the day, you are depressed. At the end of the day, you are disturbing the society, that you want to commit this and do this to yourself and cause mayhem to yourself. So I think it is advised to, always employ that self-preservation while loving someone. You can actually love and give your all, but there should be a form of restraint to, curtail.
Emotion can be, do you know that restraint of emotion can be very bloody than even letting it go off? When you're trying to
is it possible to show part of the love you have? Let's say you have 100% of the love, but you are now showing this partner 50% until she commits very well to this relationship, and then you can now give your all and all based on your previous experience. Let us be realistic, because at the end of the day, you'll be the one depressed. So that's just the problem.
But do you know you actually can free yourself here? Because when I gave the sense of the first one, you just said, yes, we have to view the first option. Do you think that for someone like her to leave someone like Omale, what would a celebrity? Do you think there must be, a big fish around the corner? She's trying to dive, at leaving Omale. Omale is just not. Now we are talking about a celebrity. Now it's no longer this. Omale can actually, if he wants to take her abroad anywhere over the world, she can actually go with the influence of having Omale. Now leaving Omale for what else? What do women want at this point? And I bring in your last previous statement. Do you think she went for a more greener pasture? Or she went for a more greener light?
Yes,
a dim one, more than Omale.
It's a conundrum, because what do women actually want?
Oh, what do men actually
want?
What
do women actually want? If you can live Omale, who else will to live in this world? What exactly do women want?
You want that thing you want.
What do you want?
Because you actually advise us that when you see a more greener pasture or more safer zone, that we should run for our dear life. Isn't what you just said in the initial state of our discussion? You said that. So I think she actually chose the best part, because as the man left the lady for 5 years, do you know what it felt like? Building, imagine have this naming her children and, left for more greener pasture, like they said, a U.S. citizen, and your children will be U.S., you yourself will be U.S., citizen by marriage, So do you think this is not a normal, a syndrome for our young men and women now? When you see a more greener pasture, zoom off.
Well, I think this woman must have done something very, very bad that made this young man to leave her alone for good. I strongly believe.
And you think
because
that
women, they always have this habit of doing something that would eventually trigger the man.
And now when it comes to molestation, he has not done something so grievous that will warrant this lady to have, be like, okay, what is Grammy's, she was, if actually Grammy was the problem, she would have actually waited for another one to come about.
Yes.
He may have worked hard. But for her to just leave because of Grammy, there must be a cockroach in the cupboard. Maybe she has enjoyed a lot of things. This was just her space to be like, okay, let me call it a quit. It is both ways. You are saying that the other one did something. Why? What if Omale did something? What if Omale not even, when during the time of the Grammy and everything, she's trying to get his attention and a lot of things he's not even giving, and a lot of things happen. After you lost, you wanted her to shoulder you here and carry you. Oh my baby, please calm down. You lost. He said, "Oh, run!" And they run. When a man wasn't there when you needed him, and when he needs you, he wants to cry on your shoulder. Now let's just be factual now.
So are you now trying to justify what this girl did to our own Omale? Our own Omale that
you see what you're doing?
Religious songs.
No, do you see what you're doing right there? I see what you're doing right there.
No, are you trying to justify that?
No, the way you justify the man leaving this lady for a US citizen, it's just almost the same thing. What's the difference? Nothing much. 5 years of your life, knowing this man alone. No, let's just be realistic. Omale did not have much lives because he's a celebrity. You still meet a better woman.
But what about his emotions?
What about her emotions?
Are you trying to say that men don't have emotions too?
Are you trying to say women don't have emotions too? There's only women that know what they did before a man will leave them. You have to be practical in what you say at this point. I think it's a fair share thing. Like, you do, I live. You do, I live.
Just imagine.
Yeah. I think this is just the common thing trending along this our celebrity marriage and things that happen in the society now. So it's not a new thing that I think it was during the days that during our father's time that a woman will leave you. You want to drink hypo, you want to drink all manner of detergent or all manner of insecticide just to show the world that you are deeply hot.
No, this is 21st century. So one will always say there are many fishes in the ocean.
But have you seen that that picture image, graphic image where a turtle is about to find a fish and he keeps escaping? So they are following fishes, but catch one.
Yes.
Catch one now.
That's the problem.
When you catch one, then you talk about holding it. You catch, and then if you are able to hold it, when you hold a fish, it's not easy to hold a fish because it's slippery. So when you catch one, just hold it there. If you're able to hold it tight, firm, that means you have won. Yes, you have won. So that's the problem. Moving over to my next gist is about Rema. Rema has alleged invested over $1 million in one of Dangote's company, and the young man is smart. He knows it's not all about flexing and buying cars. It's beautiful seeing him with the richest black man on earth. 6 years ago, if they told Rema that he will one day be sitting close to Dangote, he would say it's a lie. But look where hard work led him to. Consistency is the goal. Do you think that's a wise move for Rema, investing in Dangote's, one of Dangote's company?
Well, I think he made a very smart move.
Yeah.
He made a very, very smart and strategic move because, in our world today, people often idolize that word celebrity and thinks it will last forever. It wouldn't. It's just a matter of time and another celebrity will come up. So what he did was a very strategic business move geared towards making himself relevant even after the career, even after this whole charade of celebrity is over and all that. He will still be relevant economically and business-wise. So I think the smart move he took was actually a very good one and a commendable one.
Now let me now feed myself there.
Okay.
Some of I say that some of, like, I heard based on what you said, I trying to say most of our musicians are wise for the fact that they're not able to invest economically into some big business. The way they splash cars, some houses, going for vacation, doing all kind of things at club. You think they are wise in their economic decision? Most of the musicians out there.
Most of the things you see online are designed in a way that it will make the audience or the fans want to live up to a certain lifestyle. I must tell you the truth, some of them are living fake life.
So you are trying to say those cars and this thing that are not real?
Some of them are not real. That's just the truth. Some of them, and also there's also this musician, Mr. Easy, who also took a very, very good strategic step.
Do you think it's a very good strategic step, or do you think it's a thing of he saw opportunity, he delved into the opportunity and made use of it, in terms of the fact that he actually saw a gold mine?
What do you mean by gold mine? We're talking about a celebrity. He's also a celebrity. So
we call a spade a spade. There is a difference between like we have a factory and we have a gold mine. You keep mining, keep producing. Sometimes it can be everlasting as far as they're there. But that company can actually one day fold up. So he himself, I regard him as a company. He's a musician. So now meeting Otodola's daughter, do you think it's a gold mine for him, or do you think he actually loves for the loving sake, or do you think it's just more of a business related, stuff? For you, what's your thought on that, companionship or marriage?
Yes, looking at their marriage, you would see that it is one that they have experienced love. Based on what we have seen, based on what you have seen, these guys have experienced love. And Mr. Easy now, had to take much more step geared towards protecting the future of their children, and also to maintain that empire. That is why most of them, they are doing very well. You understand? Once they have that platform, they're celebrities, they often want to use it to galvanize much more resources for themselves and for their unborn children. So I think he is also an asset here. He's a celebrity, of course. We all know he's a celebrity and he has influence. So him collaborating or partnering with
yes,
it's actually a very, very good.
So are you trying to tell us tell the celebrities out there that there should be opportunity seekers? They should scavenge even where they did not sow, they should reap?
Not at all. But if you have that big platform, so we have influence, you have the opportunity to.
Too wise.
No, you have to be realistic in life. You don't play around with life. You have to play.
I don't like what I hear, but at this point, I feel like wisdom is.
Well, this is actually the first time we are concurring with what I'm saying, so I'm happy about that.
You're happy?
Yes, this is just the first time.
Yeah, too wise.
This is the first time we are
concurring. Too wise. So. I see, as a sharp man. Yeah. When you see this good man, just hit it.
Smart move.
Opportunity calls but
smart move.
And once you don't hit it, it goes.
You elope.
Moving on to my next gist is about the young man called Pella. He has over 10,000 youths who came out yesterday to see Pella in Kaduna. That goes ahead to prove that Pella is not only influential online, but his influence extends to offline too. At some point, people compared him to the almighty Aisha Speed. How the long journey has gone for him and everything. Watching how the 22-year-old boy has brought a lot of impact to the society. Have you watched the clip where Bella was asking for a time with Aisha Speed, and Aisha Speed denied him the opportunity to do that? Even made a wide gesture. I don't know who he is. Who is this fellow?
A
mockery of him.
Bella.
And do you think he actually took a bold step to obtain those mockery, and by going on, he's going on his state tours all over Nigeria now? What do you think about his movement? Is he a big move for you, or is he just trying to create content as usual?
Well, this is not trying to create content. He's trying to, Pella is actually a public figure, and people across the globe, they love his content so much because he has these hilarious skits, especially with Jarvis and some other content creators. So people want to know what Pella is doing. People want to know what he is doing right now. Where is he going to? What is he doing? What are his affairs and stuff like that? So I think he's trying to redefine the way social media is being perceived, and he's now trying to bring it down in such a way that, yes, Aisha Speed is a big time celebrity, but he too can be something bigger in his own country. That is why he pulled so much crowd. He put so much crowd in that. So I like what he did. Understand? This is his country, and he was able to pull so much crowd, not minding what Aisha Speed did to him and all that. So
I have a quick one, single quick questions for you. If you could send a message to the entire world, what will it be in 30 seconds?
Well, if there is a way we can restore peace to the world, it will make this world a better place.
Do you know the message I will shout? Help me, oh, help me, help me, oh, help me. I don't know what I did. Help me, help me, oh, help me.
Why are you shouting help? Was it for God to help you?
I don't know anybody that can help me, help me, help me.
But because Prophet Odumeje said that if you disturb God for a very long time, he may decide to kill you, and
No, God should not give me at this moment. You should help me, help me, help me. I need help, help me. I don't know the problem, but if there's problem, God should just help me, help me, help me.
Yes, we all need help. Yes.
You also need help.
We have to be realistic. I need help.
Help me, what area?
All around.
No, please, if there's one thing that you write, I just write to one, please, can you just evacuate me from here? Is there any way?
Are you trying to say I'm not proud to become a citizen of Nigeria? Is that what you're trying to tell us? What are you trying to tell us? National TV. Tell us. They are not a proud citizen of Nigeria.
My people of Enugu, I don't understand. What are you trying to do?
Want to leave your fatherland?
What are you trying to
do? For who?
What are you trying to do at this point? I don't understand. At this point, you are trying to, jam heads together.
No.
No, I don't understand. That I said you should evacuate.
What do you mean evacuate?
Evacuate me now.
They should carry you, your house, everything.
Don't me and everything.
And leave this country.
I not say country. Do you hear me? That's one problem. People don't listen. I don't mention country.
Okay.
But if you add the country, who am I? I accept.
See what I did there?
I see. You see. Okay. Men, be honest. Men, be honest. So, Mr. Gerard.
Men again.
Mr. Gerard, be honest. What is that first thing that attracts you to a woman?
Well,
I don't know why you're laughing.
Should we be realistic about this?
No.
Should we take a moralistic part?
Be fortualistic about this, now.
This is a very good question, and I have to be very realistic.
I just like you say so funny and
yes. What attracts me at the first insight, the body physique is a major factor.
Talk up.
No,
you can't disappoint.
You said I should be honest.
Okay.
The body physique is a major factor, and also I like fair ladies.
Hey,
if you are fair, you will make heaven. No, like this is just my own ideology.
I have so many things to bombard, but see this question. We'll repeat it again.
Okay.
This question was I will have to repeat it again. And I'm going to talk about the last one. I'm not about the list is I'm going to put out my movie for the day to my viewers, something to watch for the weekend, and I call it Onobirian. It's a Yoruba movie written and executive produced by Loruje, and this tells about a story of a woman known as Rodley, a young woman from Warri whose journey to Lagos challenged tradition and expectation. And this happened to, we have the likes of, Percent also in this movie, something to, watch. It was very Bisola, in Norbert Young, Desmond in this movie, Judowa, and the rest. This movie is something very interesting, very, very interesting. It tells a story of a woman's story, like her life, her journey, and I think people out there should watch this movie and to calm their body for the weekend. And it's going to premiere today, and people, if you can go to the cinema, you can actually watch and get your weekend so spiced and lovely. And thank you, Mr. Gerard, for being here, giving us hot basketballs. This we have unsettled scores here.
Yes.
That question you have to repeat it tomorrow.
Yes.
You have to.
You need to give me enough time to detail.
No, calm down.
Okay,
this detailing you will explain tire. Over to my viewer out there. Thank you, the people of Enugu. Thank you, the people of Nigeria, for always tuning in and watching us live on Aneke TV. We love you, and at this point, we're going to enjoy hot and close here for today. Have a beautiful weekend and be blessed. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time, the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Hayya ala salah. Hayya ala salah. Hayya ala falah. Hayya ala falah. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والكاتب لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. My fellow Muslim and Christian brothers, I welcome you once again on this special edition of this program, reading from Holy Quran. That is, reading from the Holy Scriptures. If we recalled, we have read Surah 2 verses 1 to 26. So we shall now continue with the commentary of verses 26. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. If by your own efforts you cannot match the spiritual light and yet contumaciously reject spiritual faith, then there will be a fire in your souls. The punishment that burns up all your cherished idols. Perhaps you will at least fear this penalty, which your self-loving souls can understand. This fire consumes both the worshippers of the false and idols which they falsely worship. Can this bring them to their senses? Its power is not only over the feeling, palpitating heart of man, heart in a spiritual sense, as it persists long after the physical heart, but he cannot escape from it, even if he imagines himself reduced to inertness like stocks or stones, for it is all devouring. This is the antithesis to the last verse. If fire is the symbol of punishment, the garden is the symbol of felicity. And what can be more delightful than a garden where you observe from a picturesque height a beautiful landscape around you, rivers flowing with crystal water and fruit trees of which the choicest fruit is before you. The fruit of goodness is goodness. Similar, but choice is in every degree of essence. You think it is the same, but it is because of your past experiences and associations of memory. Then there is companionship. If sex is suggested, its physical associations are at once negatived by the addition of the word mufaharatun, pure and holy. The Arabic epithet is in the intensive form and must be translated by two adjectives denoting purity in the highest degree. The companionship is that of souls and applies to both sexes in the physical world of men and women. And this felicity is not a mere passing phase, but will abide beyond realms of time. The word for the lowest in the original Arabic means inat, a byword in the Arabic language for the weakest of creatures, which was revealed before this surah. The similitude of the spider was used, and similarly there is the similitude of the fly. For similitude taken from magnificent forces of nature, expressed in exalted language above. To God,
all his creation has some special meaning, appropriate to itself, and some of what we consider the lowest creatures have wonderful aptitudes, e.g., the spider or the fly. Parables like this may be on occasion of stumbling to those who forsake the path. In other words, those who deliberately shut their eyes to God's signs, and their penalty is attributed to God. The cause of all causes, but lest there should be misunderstanding, it is immediately added that the stumbling and the offense only occur as the result of the sinner's own choice of wrong course. Now, verses 26 and 27 form one sentence and should be read together. Forsaking the path is defined in verse 27, breaking solemn covenant which the sinner's own soul had ratified, causing division among mankind, who were meant to be one brotherhood, and doing as much mischief as possible in the life on this earth. For the life beyond will be on another plane where no rope will be given to evil. The mention of the covenant, 27, has a particular and a general signification. The particular one has reference to the Jewish tradition that a covenant was entered into with Father Abraham, that in return for God's favors, the seed of Abraham will serve God faithfully. But as a matter of fact, a great part of Abraham's progeny were in constant spiritual rebellion against God, as testified by their own prophets and preachers, and by the Muhammad Mustafa. The general signification is that a similar covenant is metaphorically entered into by every creature of God. For God's loving care, we at least owe him the fullest gratitude and willing obedience. The sinner before the dark, his own conscience, knows this, and yet he not only forsakes the path, but resists God, which comes to save him. That is why his case becomes hopeless. But the loss is his. He cannot spoil God's design. The good man is glad to retrace his steps from any lapses he may have been guilty, and in his case, God's message reclaims him with complete understanding. Verses 27. Those who break God's covenant after it is ratified, and who sunder that God has ordered to be joined and do mischief on earth, this cause loss only to themselves. Verse 28. How can ye reject the faith in God, seeing that ye were without life, and he gave you life? Then he will cause you to die, and will again bring you to life, and again to him will ye return. Verse 29. It is he who had created for you all things that are on earth. Moreover, his design comprehended the heavens, for he gave order and perfection to the seven firmaments, and of all things he had perfect knowledge. Yet man, what wonderful destiny is thine, created to be God's vicegerent on earth, a little higher than angels, yet beguiled by evil, set for a season on this earth on probation, to purge this sin with the promise of guidance and hope from on high. From the oft returning, merciful, wilt thou choose right and regain the spiritual home with God. Commentary. In the preceding verses, God has used various arguments. He has recalled his goodness, that is between verses 21 to 22, resolved doubts. Then verses 23, plainly sent forth the penalty of wrongdoing. Verses 24, giving glad tidings. Verses 25, showing how misunderstanding arise from a deliberate rejection of the light and breach of the covenant. Verses 26-27, now to 28-29, he pleads with his creatures and appeals to their own subjective feelings. He brought you into being. The mysteries of life and death are in his hands. When you die on this earth, that is not the end. You are of him and you must return to him. Look around you and realize your own dignity. It is from him. The immeasurable depths face above and around you may stagger you. They are part of his plan. What you have heard as the seven firmaments and any other scheme you may construct bears witness to his of order and perfection. For his knowledge, unlike yours, is all comprehending, and yet will deliberately reject or obscure or deaden the faculty of faith which has been put into you. We move to verse 30. Behold, the Lord said to the angels, I will create a vicegerent on earth. They say, will thou place therein one who will make mischief therein and shed blood? Whilst we do celebrate the praises and glorify the holy name, he said, I know what you know not. Verses 31. And he taught Adam the nature of all things. Then he placed them before the angels and said, tell me the nature of this if you are right. Verses 32. They said, glory to thee of knowledge. We have none save thou, we have none save what thou hast taught us. In truth, it is thou what are perfect in knowledge and wisdom. Alhamdulillah. I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me the ability to read from these holy scriptures. I believe those following me must have learned one thing or the other. My special thanks goes to the owner of this television, Dr. Aneke, and his own crews. May Allah bless you all. And I said once again, good evening till we meet another time. Thank you very much. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged. Because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live. Daily broadcasting. Relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.